Alrighty, there we go. Hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Hope everyone had a good weekend as well. Hey, you Clap. Hey, you Devil. Hey, you Shippy. How's it all going? Oh. Alright. Where am I? Okay. Alright. Got a lot of stuffs to do, and we do have some pretty fun topics today as well, by the way. No good news today. I found out that mandolin slices are very sharp. Mandolin. I'm not sure I know what that one is off the top of my head. Because the nail, so it hurts. Oh no, Shippy, have you got an ingrowing? Oh, dude, fucking my heart goes out for that shit. I'm like, I am predisposed to getting ingrown toenails, so I've gotten them a few times. I've talked about those stories on stream. Not gonna go too far into detail because it's not exactly a big thing. Not a fun time. Not a fun time at all. How was my yesterday? My yesterday was alright. Actually, yesterday was spent mostly, like, vibing out. Also, hey, Yawa, how's it going? No, what did I do yesterday other than watch, like, I think I watched a little bit of anime. I played a lot of Warframe, because I've been getting into that again. New update has been quite fun. I do have the new Warframe building, so I will play that when I get to that. I always join during silly topics. See, that's the fun part, Yawa. There's always silly topics. That's the point. Why would I ever do coherent conversations? That's... Saw him active on Steam, so he speaks the truth, yeah. So is mouth silly by definition? That tracks. That does track. Oh god. That's actually, the more I think about it, the more that's like, yep, no, that sounds about right. That does indeed sound about right. How do I do the pickup? Sorry, I'm doing some nerdy stuff for a moment. Don't think we've ever had a serious topic, like, for real. I mean, we do have one today, as Devil kind of alluded to. I do want to talk on TwitchCon a little bit, and some very fascinating mistakes they made that are absolutely disappointing. Okay, so this is when I pick it up. Yeah. The TwitchCon went about as well as you expected it to go. So, I'm not very happy with what TwitchCon did this year, and this is one of those things where this is probably the most trouble Twitch specifically has gotten in from a TwitchCon, like, screw-up. There is a lot, and I mean a lot of legal implications for the mistakes they made this time. So the two main ones that I can talk to that I looked into, I know there was more, but was the more light-hearted one, but still a massive screw-up with Chibidoki. But that was partly a resultant of the other one, which I'm sure is the one we all know about, which is with Emiru. Which, that one was upsetting, to say the least, because it reminds me a lot of things that just, it shouldn't happen. It should never happen. I know nothing. Okay, so we'll go with the Emiru one first, because that one's the serious, like, super serious one that does need to be discussed. To abbreviate the situation, what happened, basically someone was able to get past, quotation marks, the TwitchCon security, walk straight up to Emiru in her meet and greet, and I mean, like, he wasn't in line or anything, he just walked in and grabbed her. Like, he fully assaulted her. And the person to push them off of her was, I believe, her personal guard, which was already a hard enough fight or something. It was someone pushed her, pushed them off. Point is, she didn't even get to have her main bodyguard with her or anything like that. Now this person was then left to go walk about. And like over an hour later, there is evidence of this person still just walking around the convention. It wasn't until at least reported at 4 hours or greater later that he was arrested. Yeah, guy walked past the staff, right up to her, grabbed her, tried to kiss her. Yeah. Like, he full-blown assaulted her. It's very, very disgusting. And it's upsetting that basically the person was, what appeared to be a knife. Yes, there was reports of them apparently with a knife. I don't remember seeing any actual good evidence on such a statement. We just have evidence that he was seen outside of the convention 3 to 4 hours later, still walking around fine. And he was only really arrested much, much later, and then on top of that, he was only given, initially, it was intended to be like a 60 or 30-day ban from Twitch. Whereas, Emiru, and her, well, specifically her management, pushed for it to be a permanent and much, much more severe action to be taken. Yes, like 100% Yawa, that's pretty much the general consensus, and the fact that, now, okay, so all of that happened, right? All of that happened. We have evidence of all of these things happening, mentioned currently, right? Is reports of them having a knife, the fact that they were only pushed away, and they, were able to walk around the convention for an additional 3 to 4 hours uninhibited. And they were only arrested much, much later on, and they were only permanently banned under pressure from Emiru's group, right? Twitch put out a response to what had happened. And they made it sound like this person was immediately taken to the police. In fact, that's actually the wording that they use, basically, is that there was immediate action taken, And all of the consequences were their decision. Needless to say, very, very quickly, a lot of people brought forward evidence to the contrary, and Emu has spoken out very much against this. Now, again, the fact that the end result is what was desired from the beginning, great. The fact that it took this long, unacceptable. The fact that Twitch is now trying to claim that this was their intention from the beginning, or their actions from the beginning, absolutely deplorable. So that's the big screw up from TwitchCon. The big screw up. There's a lot. There's a very stacked plate of mess ups, but that's the really big one. That they had. Had experienced personal bodyguard that she was used, but they banned them. Yes, that's what I mentioned earlier, is they banned him. They banned the use of the bodyguards. Like, all of the other stuff really had this. A lot of people had a lot of trouble getting their actual, like, their people through. Even though they really shouldn't have had that issue. That's absurd, yeah. It's a story that the more you go, like, diving into it, the worse it gets. And that's the probably some of the most upsetting parts of this. Yeah, so that was something that was, like, quite heavily talked about. Yeah, so, what Devil mentioned there is the other thing I briefly talked about with Chibi. So that one's a much faster one to talk about, and that's just a very clear mishandling and, lying again from Twitch. Basically what happened for that one was, how do I best describe it quickly? It's not got a great answer, I'm gonna be honest. Give me a second. I will answer it properly once I sort this out. So, basically what happened with the Chibidoki situation was because of all of this sort of stuff, a lot of the meet and greets got cancelled, or, like, called early. The big upsetting... So, okay, the meet and greets were handled horrendously bad across the board. Chibi's got ended early, and what was told to everyone was Chibi was the one that basically ended it early. Whereas it was actually the opposite, as Chibi was asked to stop by Twitch. And so basically, yeah, the Twitch staff said she's ending it, and then told her to end hers early because of these situations. Even though they were informed as well that after meet and greets, there would be a separate area that people should go to, typically, to, like, do further meet-ups with them in a much less formalized fashion. But not, like, so they wouldn't get the one-on-one scenario, or the groups, like, the scenario where you could actually go up and get a guarantee. There would be a location they could go to just kind of hang out. Chibi's was basically cancelled as well, and they basically said, no, she's not doing it. Even though she actually went to go to that place, as well. There were other meet and greets that were exactly the same as this, by the way. That is what happened. They framed it as her is not feeling well and she ended it herself. Yeah. Like there's... If you give me a second, I think I saw it a little bit earlier. Is like some of Chibi actually talking about this and how genuinely upset she is hearing what was said to them as well. See if I can find the chain talking about it. Shouldn't be too far down, because it was like before stream I saw it. Because I had other things I wanted to talk about, by the way, related to Twitch. But, like, this has kind of superseded wanting to talk about a lot of them. Here we go, found it. Okay, so, the staff have been lovely for the most part, but they wouldn't let me enter and told me to walk all the way to the help desk, get permission to enter, They also cut us short, and we didn't, get to meet everyone. I'm so sorry. If you see me around the con, please feel free to say hi. Then someone responds, wait, they cut y'all short. When I asked the staff that, they said it was y'all who'd cut it short, I can't believe they tried to shift that onto y'all. And then, obviously, Chibi said, what? No. We always meet every person. Last year I stayed for 3 hours, which, yes. I heard about that. I think the line was too long, and for safety, they didn't want us staying. And then responding, oh, that's sad. A lot of us had to leave because they told us the line was cut because of your voice issues, and they... typically, they move folks to a different meet and greet area, but due to health things, you were cut off. What? I was never told any, I'd never told any staff, of my voice problems. I didn't even talk to the staff near my booth, only at the entrance. Yeah. So there you go. No, apparently the CEOs even said, like, they're looking at the scenario themselves as well. Because they're very, like, they're even disappointed with it, which is... One of the things I wanted to talk about is just, like, the fact that the Twitch, what's his name? The Twitch CEO, like, doesn't understand his own platform sometimes. I saw something the other day that, like, told me a lot about... So, we've already talked before about the mistakes that he just doesn't understand his own platform. Yeah, Dan Clancy, yeah. He doesn't understand his own platform and, like, the etiquette of it, which is fine somewhat, except for the fact that he does actually participate in the platform. So the fact that he doesn't know, like, the community rules that have been put forward is kind of impressive. One of the things he said the other day, so this is like you'll see what I mean by, this is stuff I wanted to talk about, but like kind of is hard to talk about following up from TwitchCon's massive screw-ups, is the fact that like one point in time, he donated to someone on stream, and someone was asking him like, it's like, why'd you donate instead of subbing? And say, oh, well, it supports them better, because they get more of the direct money. And it's like, you don't actually understand how your own platform works, do you? Yes, you get more money out of a donation on Twitch in the pocket, but also Twitch's algorithmic system pushes you further forward when you have more subscribers. Again, Twitch is king-making, right? Like, it's always been a king-making system. Even when they, like, worked hard to compensate for it, it's still king makes. So it's like, you actually, so yeah, no, rule of thumb, by the way, if you ever want to actually support streamers on Twitch specifically, it's do like sub and donate subs. Don't donate as much. They get less money, but they get greater reach. Greater reach means more people coming in. More people coming in means more money, potentially. And more growth and more people actually seeing that person. But yeah, no, Dan Clancy getting involved at least tells me, like, they've acknowledged this is actually a genuine problem. Which it is. It's absolutely unacceptable. So I do hope we see like a good outcome from this. But I'm not gonna deny that there is a lot of skepticism towards the situation. And I don't like that that's how I'm thinking. Most shocked is that one target. Yeah, it's like, again, this is why I say, like, I don't like looking at a lot of this stuff sometimes, because it just feels like I'm being hyper negative on stuff. But like, I think we can all kind of agree this was a topic that was needing to be like looked at. The problem is, it's like, what else do we do beyond looking at this in a brief fashion, right? Like, we should probably hold Twitch accountable. We should probably try and make an effort to, basically say how unacceptable this is in our eyes, and that we'd like to see better, but like, beyond that, what can we actually do? I'd like to say that. I'd like to genuinely believe that an effort will be made to improve it, but we've seen, like, a progressive degrading of a lot of systems in TwitchCon specifically, as the thing's gotten larger, and I'm wondering if that's partly the issue, is that they're not expanding that sector? I don't know. Anything I offer here is fully conjecture, by the way. Like, take it as a grain of salt. But yeah, no, I thought that that would be a topic that, like, it was sitting on my list. The moment it happened, I'm like, I'm gonna be asked about it at the very least. I should probably talk about it. So, onto more lighthearted topics. I did finish Onimai over the weekend, and that series is pretty good. It's pretty good. The only issue I kinda have with it is that there is a soft bit of, like, weird relationship between the main character and the sister, but, like, it's mainly the sister. And in fact, it's all on the sister's end. And it's kind of silly. But I accept it because her character is kind of, that's her main eccentric piece. And you don't have to deal with it often. It was fascinating, though. There's a couple of scenes that I genuinely feel that no other series can even do without, like, the premise this one had. And they were fascinating scenes. Like, having real life, but, like, gender bent was interesting. So incest, but not fully. It's literally just, like, the best description I can give is that it's very clear that the original sister has a, like, it really likes her brother, but it's not like incestuous love per se. It's that it's definitely like activating a praise kink and shit sometimes, though. Like, the moment she gets any form of, like, praise or like attention from him, she definitely, like, reacts quite intensely. So I was like, it's kind of fine. I don't know. But it's very typical kind of like, Yuri series where, like, all of the girls seem to be flirting with each other, like, aggressively and consistently. So Carmine and Scarlet, no, trust me. Those two are way more intense. No, it's genuinely, like, the brother genuinely sees the sister as a sister. It's just, there's definitely moments, and admittedly, I have looking at the series, admittedly what I'm thinking partly is that it's like, the sister was written not, like, in a weird way, but with an aspect of, like, oh no, this character, is just, like, slightly nervous around her brother as well, right? Because, like, there's a scene that they have that's the best encapsulation of this, where they bathe together, right? And the main character just full-blown goes into the bath and goes, oh, you've grown. Like, as blasé as possible. Very much what you'd expect from, like, a brother going, like, oh, you've just gotten bigger. Like, in general, right? Because, like, they would have bathed together. This is a very typical thing that you used to have in it. Whereas she's a little bit more, like, scattery and stuff like that, where she's just, like, a little bit more nervous about it all. I would never say that to my sister in my life. Yeah, but you're also not, like, you probably didn't grow up bathing with your sister, right? Like, you didn't grow up in a situation where you would have had to have, like, actually bathed with them. It's fairly common to be, like, you've not bathed with them at all, and then you just have a moment of reflection and go, you've actually grown up a little bit. Like, you've definitely gotten, like, I don't know, a few centimeters taller and stuff like that since I last remembered. We say this stuff to ourselves. Again, keep in mind, I'm not talking about, like, boob size or anything with this discussion. Like, he straight up just goes, you're bigger. You're, like, taller and stuff like that. Because she even responds, like, kind of thinking he's talking about the breast, and I'm pretty sure his response is, it's not like that I mean it. Like, think of it like this. You've got a individual that's, like, the sister that's supposed to be in middle school and the brother that's supposed to be, like, 20s and stuff like that. Like, there's almost a good fair few years gap. I think it's like 6 years or something like that. Is it 6 years or is it? No, it's less than that. No, that's right. She accelerated, so it probably is something like that. Point is that she's dealing university almost level stuff, and she's still like in middle school age. Because that's the point of the story. She's like a hyper genius. I don't think the writers ever saw how siblings interact. Okay, I'm gonna be real with you, Devil. No, this is actually how I have seen many people interact like this. Again, in Japan, keep in mind, right? There is a very common culture to bathe together or, as a family, share a bath and stuff. This is because you shower, you rinse yourself off, and then you go into the bath. The bath can only hold hot water for so long. Hot water can get quite expensive. So you try and have people share it as much as they can. Now, admittedly, this stops occurring when you start getting to a bit more of like a late primary school age. That's very common because it's like no longer as acceptable. I have seen many siblings kind of just have a reflective moment looking at their younger sibling and going, "Huh, you've gotten a lot bigger." Hell, I have seen some that genuinely have said that about breasts. Now, am I saying that that's how your family works? No. But I am saying this does actually happen a lot more often than you're trying to let on. Like, the series is actually, overall, a fairly well-written thing. For the fact that, like, it kind of has a pretty organic progression with a lot of events. Like, don't get me wrong, it's definitely tuned to Yuri and some other stuff, but you know. Yeah, no, exactly, Clap. That's very much what I've experienced with seeing them. It's like you'll do it either both ironically and unironically. Especially when there's like a substantial enough age gap, that stuff becomes more notable, right? When you start getting to the point where it's like, oh, it's not a year or two difference, we're talking like half a decade difference between your ages, they're a lot more likely to kind of go, oh man, I remember you when you were a little baby because I was able to actually recall those times. And now look at you, you're not quite that small anymore. And that's fairly common. Now, again, you could make an argument, what the fuck are you talking about? What am I talking about sort of thing. I've never had siblings, but I have been in environments with that stuff. I said that as well, but in the context, it sounded sus. Yeah, there's a reason why I explained it. Or I tried to explain it, right? In the sense that, oh, you're taller, that's what people say. Yeah, but we're also... Okay, no, Devil, keep in mind, translation. To say someone, like, it is not incorrect to say to someone, you've gotten bigger, when you're talking about, like, height and stuff. This is actually fairly commonplace in our English world as well. I've had many a times where I would interact with someone that hadn't seen me for like a couple of years. Oh, you've gotten so much bigger! I'm actually gonna call you out on this because this is you reading into it too much, buddy. You wanted to be sus, huh? No, that's not what I'm saying. But, point is... Maybe you're right, yeah. But that is the reason why I say, like, the series is actually quite nice. That's the only, like, mild gripe I have with it, but it's fairly, like, tame, all things considered. Not focused enough on the conversation. It is what it is. But no, like, I come away from that series being quite happy with it. I enjoyed it a lot. Like, I straight up say, if you've watched Real Life and enjoyed Real Life, then this one's probably, like, a good series as well alongside it, because it is just the same premise in a sense, right? You've certainly expanded in the Y direction. What in the unholy fuck is that clap? No, I'm gonna defend Devil here. What the fuck is that? A monstrosity of a sentence. You can send that back to where the fuck it came from. You can't say it's wrong, though. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying get them damn words out your damn mouth. No. How do I want to handle this? I need to technically have them deal on hit. I probably should actually rewrite how I do on-hit methods to have, like, an on-hit handler and then just a applied damage handle in amongst it. I expanded in the X direction. I'm getting fat and fatter. Hell yeah. Speaking of, I used that kind of BS wording in my English class and got highest grade. That's actually upsetting. X could just be broad shoulders. I actually kind of agree with Clap there. It's like, I'm growing horizontally is definitely something I would say to call someone fat. To be fair, I did get into a conversation the other day with some friends about, like, Japan etiquette. Because one of them said something really dumb. I'm not going to get into that, because that was just a whole thing. but it basically got into talking about like being in Japan and what it's like. And I just basically gave them one of the most crash course moments of them going like, oh, you're not allowed to be fat. It's like, well, no, you're allowed to be fat. You're just going to be like informed of it indirectly. And they're like, what the fuck do you mean? And I was like, case in point, I walked up to them, I poked him in the belly, and I'm like, you've been eating well? And he looks me dead in the eyes and just laughs. And I'm like, that is what you will get. I think it led on from me making a joke at the fact that, like, if you try and speak Japanese a little bit to kind of say, like, I don't know, the loose example I gave them is if you can try and say, watashi wa nihongo chisai desu, right? Which is not correct. But it's like, it's not, they'll get it, right? Has such polite ways to say, yeah, no, they're highly indirect. You'll never see, like, directness and confrontation and stuff that's, like, very anti-general, like, societal culture in Japan. But no, like, if you got one of them to basically, you try and speak a little bit of Japanese and you get them hitting you in English with a, like, oh, you're doing a great job of learning English, like learning Japanese. You know you fucked up bad. Like, you'll hear the Nihongo sugoi desu, right? You'll get that, regardless of your level of like Japanese competence as a non-native individual. You can be like dog shit, or you can be up at the top end. And you'll get that as an answer. Sugoi. Nihongo sugoi desu. Oh yeah, no, just as a soft reminder, by the way, in case it's forgotten, I do practice, like, actively Japanese. Like, the Japanese language. I'm trying to get back up to business level, because I think it would be nice. And you have no idea how many times I have to catch myself before I go to say something. Because, like, I've started speaking, like, some common phrases and stuff like that in Japanese to myself. Hey, Jin, how's it going? Daisuki in JP, what does it mean? Do you mean like Daisuki or Dajisuki? Dajisuki? I don't know if I know that off the top of my head. The way I said it? Oh, okay, so D-A-I. So, like, so D-A-I-S-U-K-I, right? Would be the thing for it. I mean, it's just like. Like, that's all that is. Like, that's why I was, like, confused for a moment with the J. You know you've made it when you start having dreams of foreign language. I've done that a couple of times. Give me bitches. Oh, I see. So yeah, is give me bitches. God damn it. No, it's just the word like. But it's like very anime kind of wording now for it. Like it's very like, okay, so Japan has a whole thing. We don't really have this as much in the West in my experience. But there's like certain words that you only see in media, right? Daisuke's definitely moved into that category where like you'll only really see it on TV or anime. It's not that it's not used, but it's definitely used by younger audiences a lot more. Suki Daisuke? No. Practicing how? Official learning? So I have again, I studied a lot of language stuff before, so I have a huge lot of notes, so I'm kind of reviewing a lot of that. But I am also using stuff like learning apps like Duolingo to buffer it out so I can actually just hear some of the words more as well. Like, the big thing that I've been working on for months is, because this is something that just doesn't work in my head very well sometimes, is like doko, soko, and koko, right? Like, I still get those slightly mixed around from time to time. I have mixed reactions with, to Duolingo. Yeah, Duolingo is a great foundation tool. It'll get you a lot of baseline stuff, and it's gotten a lot better than it used to be. But if you go overseas with just using Duolingo, you will suffer, right? What do you mean? It's on your list? You put it there? Look, any Japanese songs are very far in the future. Deep diving into Keigo or gonna hold onto the Gaijin card for business level talk. Oh no, so okay, my don't forget your Spanish lessons here. Like, so my intention fully, and I'll openly say this, is I liked learning other languages. I never really got the opportunity when I was much younger outside of like general schooling, and they give you like the most foundational level here when we were doing it. I learned like to the level of asking someone for their phone number in primary school, admittedly. Keep that in mind as well. French, Spanish, yeah, we did that for French and Spanish. We learned a lot more with Tereo, but again, that doesn't get practiced further. And then obviously English, right? English being the primary language of, like, national language. I learned Japanese in high school. And then I proceeded to also learn a little bit of it while I was doing my degree. I did a course on Japanese history and culture, and alongside that did a bit of language stuff. And then, yeah, I've been practicing the language stuff for a very long time. Like, I used to be able to actually hold conversations in Japanese, like, somewhat adequately. It was not a bad time at all, but I could definitely be better. Nihongo Jones. No, don't do that. No, it's why, like, still to this day, I do have a good bit of fun whenever someone wants me to do, like, really weeb, like, Japanese English stuff. Because, like, I can pull out words that you're not supposed to weeb in, but it makes it sound so much more authentic. Also, that is... I love... The best part is people trying to, like, write some of this stuff out without knowing, how it's spelled. Like, there's definitely an argument I'm being an asshole saying that, right? With how I'm basically going, like, haha, superior look, or like, look of superiority. But it's definitely always funny. I fucked up, by the way. What'd you do, Jin? Find out that I can catch what they are saying. Because I had to correct them when someone thought I was... infamously. Oh, no. See, now that's a mistake. But yeah, no, for fixing your glasses and turning into a oh my god, the fucking, like, anime hit you with the... Well, actually... All according to Keikaku. You foolish fool of foolish fools. I still enjoy that superpower on the subway, hell yeah. No, I think, I do want to, like, I still want to try and approach my Japanese studies a little bit more aggressively at some point. Admittedly, last night was the best example. Like, I used Duolingo like about 10-20 minutes after I'd already gone to bed. I was like, ah, shit, I forgot. It's like 11 o'clock. I need to fucking turn this thing on quickly and do it. But no more with our guide. Yeah. 'Tis a dangerous one. Okay. What's the plan for today? So I was gonna try and work on getting Mume finished. Because again, the intention is that I get Mume finished, I do a couple more tweaks, and then we're gonna release the current iteration of the project. For testing purposes for you lot. There's not really much to test, but the fact is that I want that to be an available thing. However, I'm realizing a system I had in place is probably better handled slightly differently, which is what I'm doing right this moment. There's also one thing about Mume that's really funny, by the way, at the moment. So while I was doing testing, for the characters and, like, doing some of the setup and architecture, there's something I realized with Mume that I need to potentially do as a balance argument. And it's one that it used to be the case. I don't have it, handled right now. And it's really funny. So tell me something. Do you guys remember how Mume's basic weapon works? It's fine if you don't. It's perfectly fine if you don't. However, really funny when you think about something I forgot. Whoops, that's the wrong character. There we go. No, alright. We'll show it in a second. I still need to get Mume's running animation put in as well, but that's something for another time. I did also, I don't know if I showed it last week. Did I show it last week? I don't know if I showed it last week. There's something else I could show quickly. No, I have to switch back to thing for it. But if we come in here, alright. So again, Mume's animations aren't here. So this is her base weapon, right? Fires out the feathers. And a line, deals damage. And you can pick them up, and what picking them up does is it reduces the cooldown for it. Right? There's something I forgot to do, and I'll show it by doing this for a moment. So, like, the very clear idea is that you're supposed to, like, chain picking up the feathers as much as you can. So you can get as much repetition, because it's actually got quite a long cooldown. Thing is, right, as you may have noticed, how many feathers are on the ground? I don't have a purge for them currently. So they just keep stacking, so what I can eventually start doing is start doing this. And I turn Mume into a fucking machine gun. So that's very much not intended. Running animation? Nah, we don't need that. Call it stone statue mode for some more FPS optimization. Yeah. So all I need to do is just alter that. No, if you want to see something kind of cool though, that I have implemented, that's the one for it. Keep that in for the test build? No, I won't. The idea is the characters are gonna run pretty much how I fully intend them to be. So people can see the idea. But if you look here, Iron Mouse's skin is in the game. So the Season 3 skin. And not only that, but I also finally hit the splash art for it. Also, I don't know if I did it on the stream or not, but as you can see with the level up, it dims out like that, and then it fades back in. And a lot of things are now modified by the speed correctly. Like the slowdown after pause speed. But yeah, no, I can toggle that really easily now. It's all it requires is me changing this value because it's all of this has been set up correctly. So this is the base skin. This is the season 3 skin. Like, that's how easy it is kind of to be done. It is literally, as a reminder, this game is much easier to do when assets are not the problem. Like, assets are one of the longest standing issues this game will always have for how long it takes to get done. That's why, at the moment, theoretically, the progress I've been making, well, admittedly, is on the slightly slower side, just because I'm not working on it as actively as I was in the past. The game is progressing substantially for all of the systems that I'm trying to implement in the back. So, I need the hits and the AI hits target. Did you just burp? I may have. If I did, I apologize. Kinda did it just because it's a bodily reaction. No grander rationale. Don't apologize. You never know. Some people get upset by that. Oh, no. You know one thing I was listening to yesterday that I found quite fascinating? Was... like, unspoken rules in Commander. That fascinated me quite a lot. So... Oh, shit. That's fine. So I was listening to, like, a podcast of people discussing, like, what's kind of considered the unspoken rules in Commander, and it's fascinating how many of them, like, I've come to understand while playing the game without being really told. And how many of them as well, that's kind of how bendable they are as well. Because one of the things I want to, like, talk on for that, for example, is, what's its fucking name? Rule 0 discussions, right? So, to explain, like, pre-game or Rule 0 discussions in Commander, it's basically, it's the stuff that you say at the beginning of, before you start even playing, of like, hey, this is the deck that I'm playing, what are you guys playing, what's the power levels, what's to expect, hey, I've got, like, a weird quirky thing with this deck that technically breaks the rules, but if you let it through, it's not actually going to change much, things like that, right? I mean, as a good example, right, there are commanders that are actively illegal to play, or are unofficial. yet you can go, hey, is it okay if I rule 0 this in? Now, admittedly, what I mean by that is, like, often me and the people I play with, we don't have, like, pre-game discussions. We just kind of play games. We don't really care to power level arguments or anything like that. That's the big thing. Don't get me wrong, like, we've all played against each other a fair bit, and there's not exactly very often a new deck getting added to the mix. We all fairly play the same decks. So we kind of know what to expect from each other. So it's a little bit fine with that. But it's like, it's really interesting because it's like basically me and Snakers will often sit there and go, what do we want to play in response to what they're playing? Oh, it's like, oh, they're playing high power. Okay, we can probably start playing some of our, like, slightly better decks. Oh, they're not playing high power. Okay, we can probably just find one of our shitty decks to play and have fun with that. And, like, we try and play like that. I mean, the amount of times as well that, like, me and Snakers will often just go, hey, is there a deck of ours that you want to play? In fact, I got told the other day, one of the decks I'm making that isn't very far off and hasn't been far off for a very long time, like, someone said, oh yeah, I want to play a deck like that, and I'm like, I'm this close to it, and he's like, oh, well, I might not build, go to build it then, because I don't know how to build it. You've clearly put in the effort to build it, so is it okay if I play it when it's done? I'm like, yeah, it'll be sitting out here like the rest of my decks. And the rule of thumb is that, like, pretty much all my decks that are sitting out in the lounge are decks that everyone's allowed to play. I don't tend to have much reservation on that stuff. I actually got quite far along with one of the decks that I was building out of chaff stuff the other day, which is pretty cool. The Miku deck. One of the Miku decks. One of the many Miku decks. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm doing some nerd stuff at the moment that's, like, requiring a lot of my attention. I do apologize that, like, I'm being on the quiet side. Because it's a lot of planning. Basically, again, so to iterate what I'm doing at the moment, the current architecture for when a weapon would deal damage is handled like so, right? So it's basically, when it would hit something, goes through the on-hit methods. One of the on-hit methods is dealing damage. Say what you want to that. It is how it is. What I'm trying to devise currently is how feasible it is to potentially make a better handler, and how necessary it is. I don't think I need to actually do it. Because what I could do is with the pickup object, no, that's not gonna work. Okay. Can we add over-engineered handles to the game? What do you mean? What do you mean, good sir? How do I do it on you as well? Interesting. And then target flying. I might change this to something slightly different. Door handles and tool handles. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm writing handles, but they're handlers. Think of more like, your dog handler, right? Okay, no, so target and owner are two different things. Alright, hey, Flash, how's it going? Let's see. That's what I could do. Is change this so it's no longer taking the this into account. Right? And then what we do is... And then we have... I don't like the fact that I'm basically doing another for loop run. Horns are handles, right? We could use more horns. Those are handlebars, not handles. Much like wings, they come out the back. Like the bottom of the back. Those are handles. Oh, handlebars. Sorry. Damage is... Probably should just have an input for that. Oh no. Resist, ignore. Let's see. I'm not handling this rejection very well. God fucking damn it. God damn it. Oh, you know one thing I did do as well I may... Sorry, I saw something that, like, full-blown ceased my brain's activity. Give me a fucking moment. In case you're wondering what the hell I'm talking about, I just saw this. Oh, right. No. What I was going to say... Fuck. Why did that do, like, such a reset? Why did that do such, like, a record scratch in my fucking head when I looked at that? That fucked me up. Alright, I was gonna say that I finally managed to go through my anime list and update a lot of it. So none of it has scores in it anymore, and I've tried to, like, clean it up and remember as much of the stuff that I have watched that I could, and have, like, put that in there. Fuck, why is that so funny to me? Oh, fuck, that really, that really just took me aback. No, yeah, so anime list, that's where we're going. My anime list is now, like, been updated, so it shouldn't have any scores in it anymore. I don't get it. How do you not get it? It's literally fucking Cthulhu and the Loch Ness Monster are currently attacking New York City. How is that not... How is that something you don't get? I feel like that's pretty fucking self-explanatory. And it's from the account Discussing Fish. So clearly they know what they're talking about. Because, like, those two are fish. Anyway, yeah, my anime list. It's now been updated a fair bit. So none of it has scores anymore, so I don't hate myself for old shitty scores. I do need to remove the notes still. Some of these still have notes. I started looking at the images and got severely confused, which stopped my laughing reaction. Damn. Where are the notes? I saw you. There you are. But yeah, no, I do know that there are things that are missing still from this list. I actually did read the manga for this one, I'm pretty sure. I'm not getting distracted by something. Don't worry about it. Wait, I saw a score. I thought I got rid of all of you. I lied, apparently. You lied! There we go. There we are. We've now got our kind of up-to-date-ish list that needs, like, substantial work, because I know there's a shitload that's not there still. What do the statistics say about my anime watching? Apparently I do still have some scores there. Okay, what There we go. No more scores. Wasn't there a way to, like... look at how much anime... Yeah, here we go, statistics. According to this, I've watched nearly 7,000 episodes of anime, which is definitely more than that. Which is almost 113 days worth of anime. My medium score is 5.2. Well, I don't have any fucking scores anymore, buddy. So, that's a fascinating stat. Wonder what that shit's based off. Actually, I wonder what that is based off. Where the fuck would I have... You can't give me a medium score of 5.2 when I don't have any scores. Some bullshit. What's my score distribution now, huh, motherfucker? Yeah, that's right. That's fucking right. No fucking score distribution for you, Chuck. Alright. Oh, yeah. There you go. Why does it still give me a medium score of 5.2? How do you get a medium score of 5.2? It's trying to tell you that you're mid. That's probably what's happening. But yeah, no, this is the one I keep talking about at the moment, the Onimai one. Oni-chan wa oishimai! Or oshimai, sorry. Such a good fucking series, man. Well, so you wanna know how I found it? I was looking through this list here, which is called 0 Brain Cells Required. I think. Was it this one? Or is it just... No, it wasn't this one. It was looking through... That's right, I was literally just looking through recommendations off of Kobayashi-san. Which, it comes up, actually, pretty early on in this one, I think, right? When you think about all the ones I've already watched. Yeah, there it is. At 0 brain cells watching that anime? Hell fucking yeah. Jashin-chan is one that I don't know if I would ever go back to watching, because, like, I read it. And once you read something like that, it's kind of hard to go back to. And then, like, outside of that, I don't think I'd... Maybe I'll watch Amara-chan. I don't think I have. Yeah, I don't think I've watched it. I have watched this, This is a great series, by the way. Konohana Kitan. Great feel-good anime. This is a great series, very quick. But yeah, you can actually kind of see that, like, a lot of these sorts of series I like. I actually watched Jahe. I should probably just have that knocked off quickly. I did watch that one. Monster Musume, Blendes is great. I actually kind of want to rewatch New Game and watch series like that for a little bit. It's pretty good. Imi-chan is incredible. Gabriel Dropout, great. Yeah, no, I was just kind of needing series like this. That's what I was wanting. Pardon me. But yeah, no, I finally had the anime list done up again, so yay. That's finally been done. So I might actually, like, share my anime list now that I don't feel, like, completely disappointed in myself. Smile, sweet, sister, sadistic, surprise, service. So, yeah, no. That's the one I remember off the top of my head for the memes. Or Snoop Dogg. That one's a pretty good one. Don't you know, you remember Blend W, right? Sweet, smile, oh, is it smile, sweet, sister, sadistic, surprise, service, Snoop Dogg, Snoop Dogg. Fucking, I hate how much I remember that one off the top of my head. Snoop Dogg, Snoop Dogg. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh man, human, hum some random song and no one knows about news, anything. What do you mean? Are you trying to tell me you don't remember the Snoop Dogg version of that? Do I get myself in trouble to play it? I really can't. But it's so damn funny. It's like fucking Weed Louie all over again as well. God, that was a great era. Just wondering about the grim future. Oh, I fully expect I'm gonna go like, hey, remember the song that, like, as an old man, if I ever make it that far? You remember the song that goes beep boop boop bop boop bop beep beep? Oh no, man. That song goes beep boop boop bop 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 beep boop. No, I specifically remember it going beep boop boop bop boop bop. It's great. Nintendo has patented a second stupidly fun thing. They're gonna DS and Switch Online. I've given up on drama news from Nintendo at this point. If they're gonna get hit in the bum, they're gonna get hit in the bum. Leave them to it. And he made a statement about Neuro and Beetle and their work. Oh? What's that? The OMG, MLG, what the fuck memes, and they said no. Oh god, that era was fucking loud. I'm glad that era's gone. He's going insane for the rewrite, and he's still going. Ah, it seems pretty normal for me. I don't see any insanity. The Perilous coming out. What? The what? No? Let me look. Slot-based dungeon crawler made by the dev of Tiny Folks. Oh. I love how Google's trying to autocorrect me on it. It was $5 on Steam and I bought it last year. Damn. Oh, it looks kind of cute. I mean, like, there's the new one that's getting talked about at the moment, right? The one that's very, like, Lethal Company visual style. Annie said that a long time ago, before her long hiatus, she caught, Vidal for real. Vidal turned her down and she felt kind of sad because of the bad mood and other things. She missed deadlines and had trouble working with him. Said she wishes him the best, but she'll not be working together with him, for her mental. Ah, I see. That's... Huh. That one, that's a difficult situation. I mean, it sounds like she's handling it overall fairly maturely. Does suck, right? But I fully get it, right? Like, stuff like that happens, where, like, yeah, it happens. I can't imagine how... Oh, yeah, okay, that's fair, Devil. Yeah, no, that's... It's sad to hear, though. Genuinely, it is kind of sad to hear that they weren't really working together. But I get it. Like, again, I think that's a fairly mature reaction to go, look, I've been turned down. I don't feel comfortable working with someone anymore for those reasons. And I can see, like, again, that makes a lot of sense. I think that's actually a fairly valid way of approaching it. I agree, though, that it's like, yeah, seeing stuff like NTR art is a bit fucking weird. Especially given that situation now. That must be extremely uncomfortable for her. At best. At worst, obviously, far worse for her mental. So yeah, I assume that's probably not done too well. I guess it's also the partial difficulty, because, like, so... I'm going to offer a little bit of conjecture here. And I fully expect to be wrong in any way, by the way. I want to stress that. I don't know Vidal personally, so I can't speak to this. But, like, Vidal seems very work-focused. And... like, I'm a workaholic by nature. So I kind of get the mentality of, like, his focus is neuro and that stuff. If it's not really... like, it's probably... again, it's one of those things of, he could not feel the same way. He might go, like, no, I need to focus on this more. Stuff like that. Like, there could be a million reasons. I'm not going to pretend to know. And I would be mildly surprised if Annie said. If she did, then you've got your answer there as to why. She doesn't need to say it. It's private information. The fact that she's already said this stuff is, like, already quite in the range of, like, thank you for sharing this. We can, like, understand context from that now. And that's about all that we, like, it's context so we don't, as a community, potentially don't overreach on something. But yeah, no, that is mildly sad. Said, he wanted to, yeah, no, that's kind of what I was thinking, right? And again, the thing is, Vidal cares about everyone he works with and all that, right? Like, it's not, I would assume, it's not that he doesn't care about her, it's that he doesn't see her that way, or he's more focused on keeping it professional, so nothing could harm each other on that. But sometimes that hurts people more. Like, again, you're never gonna win. Welcome to how people are. It sucks. You're never gonna get to the right answer. You're never gonna quite get it right each time. Or at all. I mean, look, I'll say this. Good on Annie for confessing her feelings. And good on her for going, okay, they're not reciprocated in the way that I would have liked. And I don't think I can handle that. And that's fair. Like, that's very, very fair. Speaking from some experience on the factor of, like, okay, so I'll dig into my own history for this one for a quick second to give a little bit of understanding on some aspects, right? So someone might come along and say, well, can't she just, like, move past that and keep working with them? So, fun little fact, my ex actually said that she wanted to stay friends. You know, the one that I've talked about, that kind of did some pretty fucked up shit. I did not treat them well, by the way. I want to stress, at the end of the day, whenever you hear me talk about this stuff, I'm talking about the stuff that I felt in the moment. Never dismiss the fact that I screwed up as well. We both screwed up in a lot of ways. When she said at one point, I still want to be friends, I said I would not be able to handle that. Because that relationship had done so much damage to me in so many ways that I knew being friends would just turn me into a mess. So I said no. And yeah, so there she's clearly made an attempt. It's like, okay, we'll maintain a professional relationship. That's not working. Okay, I'm gonna say no now. And I think that's fair. That's a very valid way of approaching it. Because, yeah, no, surprisingly enough, when you see someone a way they don't see you, it makes the relationship scenario really awkward. Because it means that you are going to constantly be reading things ways that aren't being said. Or something, or vice versa, right? Like, what used to be casual, friendly flirting with each other all of a sudden becomes uncomfortable and undoable. So I cannot be, I'm not envious of that situation, having gone through adjacent situations. I knew Annie's, like, to be fair though, Annie's gone through a lot of problems, and she's had a lot of, trials as well, so, yeah, that does suck though. But, respect her decision, I think that's a fair one. Right. And I hope that's what we're going to see fairly universally as well. That's at least what I'd hope to hear, is that people are kind of universally handling it the same way. Where they're not being assholes about it. It's true by default, right? Did I write? Yes. There we go. At the end of the day, all we do is evade conflicts, that's it. I fully disagree with that sentiment. If you try and live your life evading conflict, your life will be miserable. I would like to look at it more as like, we try and live our life, we try and just survive, right? That's what I see more. Like, I would like to think that I do my best to just try and figure out a way to survive. That means evading conflict sometimes, or conflict avoidance. But I'm gonna be honest, there are times where you just can't avoid that, and it's not worth trying to avoid it. Again, think of it like Diamond Rough argument, is like you go through life rubbing up against other things, and the more you rub up against things, the more polished off you'll get eventually. And the more smooth of a surface you'll have, till eventually it buffers you over. Now, admittedly, sometimes you can be hit too abrasively and it causes cracks, and that causes long-term damage or anything like that. It happens, but I think that's something I've come across. Like, even I do shut down and do avoidance strategies. Confronted the problem, addressed it, and made a statement. I would not call what she did avoiding it. Yeah, I would very much not say what she's saying is avoiding. She attempted to do something, found it not doable, and has now stepped back from it, right? It's you do what you can, and you realize when you can't do stuff. We're talking on it in general, yeah, and that's what I would also respond with. That's why I'm saying, like, in general, avoidance ends really badly. Almost everyone I know has done some form of avoidance in their life, and almost all of us have come to conclude avoidance strategies just tend to make us worse in general. Me and Nox have talked about this ad nauseum in recent time because of what happened the last few weeks. Like, again, call me a hypocrite all you want for this argument, because in recent time, like, I've barely left my room because of what happened, right? That's me, like, avoiding the world. That's not me fully avoiding the world, that's me recovering. I'm now, like, my windows are open, my curtains are open. That's stuff that I wasn't able to do, like, last week, even. In the last few days, I've been going out of my room fairly regularly. And yet we're all that polite and indirect. All the words still cause miscommunication. That's what I feel. I feel like I need a moment to process that, because I think I may have misunderstood a statement in there. If you're coming across situations where miscommunication is occurring frequently, my immediate thought is, based on my own, like, history, is that when I came across situations like that, it was often because I wasn't bothering to realize what I was saying or thinking about the mistakes I was making. Like, if you're gonna live your, like, in my experience, living your life in a situation of like, oh, well, what's the bother, is just, when it is going to that nihilistic direction we talked about like a week or two ago, where if nothing matters, then why bother, right? But then at that point in time, you can't find ways to find joy. You can't get, like, if you can't give an effort to even bother having the joy in your life, like, you're not gonna get it. Still got more nihilism on me for that discussion. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, right? The moment you say, like, oh, I'm a nihilist, I'm gonna tell you you're an idiot. I care about people and things. So you care about them so you don't want to cause any pain. So you don't bother, and then therefore you keep it in a state of nothing happening. Is that? I know, I feel like I'm being mean with the way I'm saying that, but like, that's almost how that's being phrased. And apologies if that's not what's being intended by what's being said. No, okay. Because, like, the moment you get too overly negative, you just get into a spiral, right? Like, that's how a lot of depressive situations work. Again, I'm probably not the right person to be talking, especially right now, because I'm still doing a lot of coping mechanisms that are very unhealthy, to just get through my day-to-day. But at the same time, like, I've made... Because of a situation, I was finally able to reach out to talking with someone that I needed to talk to. And that discussion last week has led to me fixing a lot of the problems I had, right? Because again, you can't solve all your problems. And in my case, I very much can't solve my own problems. I do need other people to help me. I am the saddened. I am achievement hunting lies and realize I don't have the DLC. Oh, no. I hate games that put achievements on DLC. Sucks ass. I've come to accept that I'm not perfect in some ways. I'll fully fuck up and screw up royally. I focus on how I can learn and move. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, the vast majority of the time, I would like to see in myself me attempt things. However, it's not wrong to sometimes just go, no, this isn't worth the attempt. But I do think it's better to make the effort to try and always do the attempt. All I want to say about that is not to disturb y'all, is just to have 2 meltdowns in the past 2 weeks. Was in hospital, got better pills. It's like, does that feel then no purpose, sense in trying? I can't help you answer that. I'm definitely not a professional in this field, and like I said, I'm having my own problems at the moment, so it would literally be the blind leading the blind if I gave you a sensible answer, like any form of answer. But I will say that, like, talk with people. Like, sit down and, like, chat with a friend or someone that you feel comfortable with, talking about, like, what's gone wrong, how are you feeling about it, even if, right, so this is what I used to do when I moved, in the previous place we lived, right, what I would do is I would walk on the beach and I would talk to the ocean of going, this is how I feel, I don't feel like I should feel this way. Let's go through, and I talk about the feeling that I'm having, and I talk about why I don't like it, and I go through all of these levels of things discussing it. And through that, I come to process what I was feeling. I've not been doing that as much here, but that's because I have people around me. Admittedly, my problem is I don't reach out to those people anywhere near as much as I should, and that's a fault on me. And I'm trying to get better with that. I'm just terrible at reaching out to other people because I have extremely low self-worth. Do you sell us $30 and I don't just want to buy it? Yeah, $30 DLC is a bit ambitious. Ugh. Both in YouTube censorship and game dev and other things. Why to bother if someone did my idea better and faster? Who could watch such a video or play such a game? So Mello, I'm gonna ask you, do you think my games, especially with the direction I'm going, anywhere gonna be as good as Vampire Survivors or Holocure or anything like that? It's like, I am making this for the sake of, like, what other people think. Don't get me wrong, I'd like to have people enjoy the game, and I've had people respond positively to the game in the past. But at the end of the day, I'm making this game because I want to make this game. The moment you have other people's opinions fueling your, like, own opinion, or you have to rely on other people's opinions, you are going to probably set yourself up with issues. It's what I do all the time with other things, and admittedly, again, I'm a hypocrite down to the bones with answering like that. But it is the case. Here I am, let's see. I know you're not here for that, but I got my mom to talk about that, and she's stressed already. I had to get, some therapy from you, as you said. But for a deep talk. I mean, I can only do so much, and like I said, I am not probably the right person to come to for a lot of it. I am bad mentally on a good day right now, right? But I always do try and make time for people when I can. I'm not so stuck up that I don't acknowledge the difficulties of the day-to-day for people. I have many people I chat with fairly regularly to talk about what is going on in their lives, because I am apparently very good at listening. Whether or not I agree with such a sentiment, that's a debate point, but we'll leave that one alone. Like, that's why I felt really bad recently, is because I haven't been able to be there for people that I know need me to be there for them. or I haven't been there for them as well as I would have liked. It's... Don't be better, be different. I actually like that sentiment, Jin. I think that's a really nice way of putting it. Because, like, I think that's part of, like, a long-standing issue I've always had for myself, is the aspect of be better, right? Is I had that drilled into me as a kid. Is always be better, be better, be better, be better. And that kind of leads to a whole lot of problems, right? I like that, the be different, because that's kind of what I tried to aim to do, and why I would like to consider who I am now versus who I was, like, 3 years ago is just nearly incomparable to an extent. I'm like to think I'm a much better and more pleasant person to be around by comparison. At least you got Roger paying all of us and IRL friends. Okay, you want to know what I will say in response to that, Milo? Is that that's where you kind of get into that territory of... like, I haven't read the rest of that message, so I apologize. I'll read the rest of it in a second. But I feel like I need to respond to that. That's starting to get into that parasocial territory. I do not speak about a lot of my core issues that I've been going through at the moment on stream, because it is not the space for it, and I do not feel comfortable with that. At this stage in time, the only person that even pops into the chat that knows anything about this is someone that's known me for longer than I've been streaming, and knows me external to streaming, which is Sheppy. Then I have Noxie, and I barely reach out to her. Sheppy, honestly speaking, only knows about some of the situation because I was chatting with them as it happened. And I was that panicked that I wasn't thinking anymore. And I would have probably not quite sent some of the messages I sent their way had it not been the situation. I do not use y'all as stuff for that. Because, again, it is not what you need, and it is a pity party at that point if I start doing that. Since a few days ago, now I'm writing some driving sim and Godot. Nice. Oh, I mean, making an effort, doing some stuff, always how it is. All these beautiful spaces like VTubers said, or small indie market, are all getting competitive, job-fied, monetized. Wish we could have a chance to have it lenient someday. I mean, if you're seeing the indie game scene that way, you're seeing probably the wrong part of the indie game scene. Like, there are several games made every day that don't make money, that are released on Steam. And they're from the indie sphere. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I stand by. Like, best case scenario, don't look at making a game as making money. I spoke to you a few times directly and chat regularly on basically every stream, but I would not say that I know that guy well. Yeah, and I feel like that's a thing that mutually can be said, right? I'm not trying to be mean to anyone in the chat here, by the way, in case this is taken poorly. But, like, it is that argument of, I'm not your friend and you're not my friend, but we're friendly. We're on good terms. We hang out, we have fun. And that's kind of how that goes. Again, one of the big differences I notice about myself of how I handle the streaming and chat is that I treat y'all like human beings, and I don't call you chat all the time. In fact, the only times I do that is ironically, right? It's that differentiation of that sort of thing. Like, I want to be friendly and open, but I don't call any online people's friends. Yeah, and that's fair. Like, I have 1 or 2 people that I've never met in person that I would call friends, right? That I only know online. specifically. Sheppy is a great example of that. Sheppy lives in, I think, the US, and we talk pretty much every day or every other day, right? Malstress us as humans instead of numbers. Yeah, that's probably the best way to look at it, because the amount of times that I see streamers of any size and caliber no longer, like, I see a name on the screen and I see a name. I see a person behind that name, and I will always see it that way, because that's how I learned that from public speaking, is that one of the the best tricks you could ever learn with public speaking was to actually look at each individual face. Right? Like, you scan the crowd, you look at every single person you can, to an extent. You did post my beautiful art on Twitter and call it in the pose, a picture made by chat. I was disrespected to make you stripped away, guys. That's true, Devil, that's true. How horrible I am. I'm not here to make you all sad, and yeah, maybe I call you my friends, because in my town there is no chance for a second person with similar interests like me. Not that I want that, you know? That's fair, yeah. No, again, like, keep in mind as well, like, saying friends is also one of the most ambiguous terms nowadays. Saying friends or to, like, online groups and stuff, that's fine. We're just being, like, very picky on the terminology right now with it, right? Am I hearing Minecraft in the background? Yes, it's been Minecraft the whole time. It's the music. No joke. Maintaining eye contact. Yeah, it's maintain eye contact, but it's also, like, keep moving between each individual. Make it feel like you're... Again, read the crowd, read the faces, look at all that sort of stuff. That's extremely important with public speaking. How that's translated for streaming for me is to basically try and do my best to look over at chat frequently, see what's being said, and see what's going on. The Pokemon maiden. Yeah, that's right, yeah. But no, it's stuff like that I'm just like, it's... Again, I will only ever call y'all chat because I'm taking the piss, right? It's like, hey, chat, do you see that? Oh my god, chat. Back in the day that we're not buddies, and I hope more people will be able to be on good terms, maybe like me, maybe like you or others. It's just all about the trust. Yeah, I mean, there's an aspect of trust, there's an aspect of, like, overreaching. I do dislike the fact that that's kind of how that came out, though, with you, Mello. Is like, again, you have to understand that, like, there is a level of, I don't know the person behind the screen, right? So at the end of the day, you can say whatever you want, and it could be wrong, it could be a lie. Same with me, right? I could be lying to you right now. I could be a woman, you don't know. I could be wearing pants. Maybe I actually am wearing pants. I'm not, but I could be, and you don't know. And there's that aspect to it as well. And the only reason... Like, there's a level of sincerity that's hard to share online, right? I feel like that's accurate to say, and I think we can all kind of agree to that. It's like there's a level of the sincerity that you only can really easily obtain while chatting with someone in person, or interacting with a person in person. I mean, I moved back to this city fully because, like, this is where I have people that I know, that I can talk to and live with, and, like, trust me when I say, like, if I did not have the people I talk with on, like, some people like Noxie and such, I don't actually know if I would have progressed as much as I have in being, like, able to handle things. I call Malvin Clapp and Milo I'm not gonna even try and pronounce that correctly. A person I know, but is also used to describe friends. See, I like that. That's a great, accurate way of doing it. It's like, again, there's a reason why I say we're all acquaintances, but we're all on very friendly terms. This is the best way to do it. Women using a voice changer to sound like a man. Dude, if you could find a voice changer that changes your voice this cleanly, I'd be impressed. Especially the beard. It's glued. To be fair, the beard's gone at the moment. We've only got like a bit of... Well, it's grown back a fair bit already. Why would you admit to not wearing pants now that it's weird? I've not worn pants in like a month during stream. What the fuck do you mean? Dude, I'm literally in underwear and a dressing gown. Why do you think I don't put the camera on when I'm talking about things, even in person? The only thing he was wearing was a devious smile. Global village called internet, but not so, isn't it? But even IRL, it's hard nowadays to get all. Yeah, no, I agree. It's really hard with a lot of that. There's a lot of social anxiety. There's a lot of social pressure. So I'm not gonna say that's easy at all. It's fucking hard. It's very, very hard to do. Look, I meet people I knew from Discord when I traveled, but that was because it's fun and exciting to meet, but I wouldn't call them friends. I don't want to be mean to them, I just don't know them that well. Yeah, and exactly, that's kind of what I mean, Jin. Like, that's why I'm saying, like, the sincerity aspect of it, is that it's like, I'm not saying you're a bad person, or I don't know or want to know you. I'm just being like, hey, chief, right? I've not interacted with you personally. And it's fine. Let's just hope that there will be no day when the sentence, don't hope that a fellow human will become your friend for 100%. Yeah, that's fair. But like, yeah. So at the end of the day, like, take it what was said as like, specifically what I've said as like, as you will. It's advice at best. Because... I cannot stress, I am really not the right person to come to for proper advice at the moment. Because I fully am not in a good headspace. I am doing fucking awfully. Me not do good, me not do well, me do very bad. There is something to be said that there will always be a distance between people. The friendship shown on TV is not natural and common. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh look. Okay. Actually, speaking on that, I've talked about this before. So one of my long-ago exes. One of the reasons why like I had mixed feelings that I never stuck with them for longer, and seeing where they ended up, I'm still again mixed feelings. Was that they always wanted a TV family. And we nicknamed it a TV family because what she wanted was, my life will be solved once I am married and have a kid. Right? It's like, my life will magically be good. Now, admittedly, this is because the person did not come from a good family background. And I'm gonna stress, by the way, even I have that part of my mentality, right? That's arguably the reason I even would consider getting back into a romantic relationship again, is because I would be desiring, there is a desire to still be in the TV family. It doesn't work like that. The amount of times I had to save that woman's fucking marriage is the fact that I can count it on more than one hand is not a good sign. And when I say that, by the way, I'm talking about, like, they would have an argument and it was really hard. Like, it was a really, really intense situation. Now, again, I want to stress, by the way, I felt very prideful of the fact that I was the person that should come to for the getting advice and just going like, hey, I need to talk to someone. Which I was like, that's cool. I'm glad I can be there for you for that. Mainly because she knew I would call her out on, the fact that, like, again, I said to her face, you are desiring a TV family. This is not fully healthy for you. As long as you're getting into it, knowing that it's not gonna go easy and well, you have to understand. You need to be able to talk with each other better. Stuff like that. What is it? Some I'm feeling bad club fellas. Mouth what? Local card shop is out of booster packs. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely... Dude, I fucking... they haven't had goddamn Final Fantasy for ages. I'm still, like, itching for when they're gonna get some more Final Fantasy stuff. To be fair, I fully expect that when the fucking Christmas thing comes out, I'm gonna get screwed over, because I'm gonna want to get that fucking Final Fantasy 1 display box. It's 5 AM and I'm sure less ungodly hour for Mal. Oh, no, it's 9 AM for me. It's fine. Right? Again, I start at 7 AM on streams now. It's not too bad. All things considered. Okay. Speaking of cards, I'm really tempted to use the card printing machine at Arcade. Hell yeah. Even if I had a girlfriend, I'd be here, not for the special moments, but for everyday life. That's it. Yeah. Oh, that's why I say, like, anyone that I know that's like, oh, I need to be in a relationship, I'm already knowing why. And it's because they have a desire to chase that. The TV family. It's never actually like you need to be in a relationship. You need to be... No, okay. You don't need to be in a romantic relationship. You need to be in relationships with like friends and people you feel comfortable with. That's what you actually need. Shit like that comes naturally if it comes. Like, let it just be normal. Don't force it. I might get confiscated at customs. Going home is upsetting. Yeah... it should be fine though, Jin, right? I like the idea of getting a Bomber Girl card in my wallet for no reason. That sounds fucking amazing, actually. Send me a few pictures of a cool looking stop full of Warhammer stuff you found, and to have a shop near, but I finally... Here it is. It sent me the location in Germany, 9 hours away. That's a pain in the ass. That's actually rough. I feel that. For like 200 yen. That sounds about right. Dude, you can get real far with like 500 yen in Japan. It's good times, man. It's good times. Man, I want to go back, man. I want to go back. I will go back. Give me a second. Let's see. You see Bomber Girl art, the customs confiscate adult products. I don't want to get into it. Do they? How the fuck did I get through with pornography then? I bought fucking manga over there, and that shit was pornographic. Local customs, not Japan customs? Oh, okay. Clearly my country doesn't give a fuck then. I came home and they're just like, yeah, that's fine. To be fair, New Zealand's really weird with their customs. I told you guys about the story that, like, theoretically I should have been in a lot of fucking trouble for, right? The story about my boots. I know I've told the story on stream. I don't know if y'all remember it, though. Don't repeat it in 10 fate. No, it's fine to repeat at this point. They wouldn't do anything because it's too late. But short answer is, so the night before, our flight home, I'm gonna skip over a lot of details of this because again, we're just gonna get to the core thing. I was climbing Mount Fuji. Now after a lot of like work, basically having to get back to the plane, like, trust me when I say there was a lot of panic because we almost didn't make it. We actually were having to run, at the end. We got on the plane, we got over. I looked at my boots. My boots are, like, I had basically work boots on, black work boots. They were brown. That was all Mount Fuji dust. Fuji-san was coming to New Zealand. Now, if anyone knows about, like, rules around that sort of stuff, you actually should know that that should have been considered a bioterrorist action. I should have been escorted and had that, cleaned. I did not. I turned up. I went to the car for the person that was picking us up from there, and I'm like, hey, you want to stand on Japan soil? And they're like, what do you mean? Looks at my boots. No! Yeah, so and just to people that understand, New Zealand's extremely anal about that. Like, very caring about that. Very caring about bioterroristic sort of stuff. You bring dirt here that's not, like, well checked off, you will get deported. The best part is, I guess they're like, you're a fucking New Zealander, it's fine. What an era that was. Things were so much more different. So much more different, so much different. It's a fragile ecosystem, yeah. Cross-contamination. Mainly to Australia. Is that, bad to be a Kiwi farmer recently? Oh, the economy here is absolutely dog shit. This has been happening for like 20, 30 years, by the way, Mello. Is people progressively moving to Australia. In fact, one of the most common things to have happen is people immigrate to New Zealand for 5 years, get the New Zealand citizenship tick off, and then they can immigrate to Australia immediately because you can't immigrate to Australia directly outside of New Zealand. Like, that's a thing. Okay, what am I missing? It's fragile ecosystem. Yeah, we have a very, very fragile ecosystem here in New Zealand. We get really, really anal about, protecting it. And that's why that's really funny. It's why, like, you can't bring a lot of pets into New Zealand either. Like, it's very, very difficult to get that done. But yeah, no, like, realistically, if you're wondering what, how bad it is economy comparison-wise, if I was to get a teaching role here in New Zealand, I'd be probably looking at about 40, 50k New Zealand dollars, per, like, year, which is about medium income. Maybe less than that, potentially, right? I would basically get paid 1.5 to 2. It's between 1.5 to 3 times as much for the same role in Australia. And the living costs aren't quite as horrendous in some regards. So, yeah, no, Australia is definitely the place to move to if you just want to actually have a better life at the moment, which is problematic because New Zealand's response is to make it more difficult to live in New Zealand by raising a lot of taxes or increasing general council, like, location things. So it's harder to live in New Zealand because they're trying to compensate for the loss of people, but try and keep the same amount of money. But in the process, obviously, I'm sure you guys can understand, if things get more expensive and it's a worse living condition here in New Zealand, then I'm more inclined to move to Australia. But that's even no good work to be around. Oh no, New Zealand's work has been terrible. So just as a soft reminder, for like about half this year, I've actually been applying for jobs, and about 2 to 3 a week, on average. I've not gotten one. I have continued just drawing my pornography and doing software engineering stuff off to the side. Education in New Zealand's really, really good. Overall, like at tertiary level, so university, we're still ranked fairly high in the world, surprisingly, for specific things. So people will come internationally, come to New Zealand, do training, then leave. So we don't actually have, as you say with like the specialist shortages, that's the case. We have massive scale specialist shortages, nursing, doctors, teachers. These are the things that are basically, fuck, why would we work here? We get paid better there and get better fucking contracts. So, fuck it. Why would we bother? And that's the problem. Like, why would you bother being here when it's cheaper to move over to Australia, live there, and get the same fucking job where there is a much better job market for? And it's extremely upsetting. It's a very, very common trend. It's also problematic because the more people that move over there under that expectation, the less jobs there are over there. So now it's actually starting to cause a bit of a problem over there, is that people move over and while the pay market is better, the job market isn't actually as much better. More cash, so they suck up specialists. It got so bad that the local university and city are working hand in hand on retention. Yeah. The problem is we're not working on retention here in New Zealand. Like, that's, like, I'm gonna be honest, that's one of the big core things, is that I've not been seeing done for ages, is the failure to work on retention. Skip something. But I don't want to get too far into that nightmare of a discussion. Because, again, it starts getting very political all of a sudden, and then everyone's like, yeah, my government sucks ass too. And I think we can all kind of, like, walk away and go, yeah, oh yeah. Let's see, making uni to work pipelines. Yeah, so I think that's a good system and there should be more of that. We have that with a couple of sectors, but not very many. Just don't have my savings to your mouth and you'll get the nation safe financially, fiscally, just so that Aussies won't be trying to sell New Zealand on eBay again. That's about right. In the near future. Like, it's such a fucking nightmare scenario sometimes. I hate, like, that's all I can think, right? Is that I'm just like, God, it's actually just fucked. What did I call that stat? What's and or? What's the inclusive and? Oh, what's the inclusive or, I should say, thing? I actually can't remember. Okay, gotta sleep. Catch you later, devil. Have a good rest. What is Game Maker's inclusive or? The notion. Dun, 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 dun. Excellent. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what the denotion is for it, though. Like the symbol. Would kiss you guys goodnight if I could, but I can't. Catch you later, devil. Have good dreams. Have nice, good dreams. Is it double up? No, that's exclusive or, isn't it? I'm looking for inclusive. Or... no, wait, I think I'm getting mixed around with some stuff. I think I think it's right. Always kiss the homies goodnight, exactly. No, I'm pretty sure exclusive or is if both are true, then it fails. So it's the opposite of that. It's, isn't that just or? Is base or inclusive by nature? Am I having a fucking actual aneurysm? Isn't using the written form faster than denotion? No. What you see here, these two lines, is what I mean by denotion. It's the system for it. Okay. Let's see. I think you might be right. I think default ore is inclusive by nature. Because I think it's normally just and or and exclusive or, right? Because, let's see. So, and is yes and yes. No. So it's no, yes, no. Or is yes and yes. Yes or yes. Exclusive or is only if yes or yes, not is. Yeah, so it is just, yeah, default or is the inclusive or. Fuck me, how did I forget that? I don't know why I had a whole time about that all. My apologies. Yeah, so it's default or is the inclusive or. Fuck, why am I having... I'm having a whole moment with that. How did I... Yeah. When you do too much programming, that certain, like, baseline stuff just falls out your fucking ears. There we go, though. That should run the functionality that we want. So, to explain what I've just, like, implemented in the most roundabout fucking fashion. Now when EXP is flying, it will check if the owner of the EXP pickup now, which, when that, again, ownership is ownership, is attributed to who owns that drop, not where it's going to, but who owns the drop now. They'll check if they have damage that applies to it, and then it will check if it has damage, and then it will run a on-hit trigger of dealing damage. Otherwise, it won't care. There's no sense for that min-maxing, so you can just get... Wait, what? Are you talking about the denotion thing still? Mello, you do realize me writing these double lines or me writing or, there's literally no difference, right? What this does is it's basically saying the same thing. There's no, like, greater efficiency there. It is the exact same thing. And it's because the three ones that you have to work with are double and, double line, and the one that I was forgetting, but is also not what I needed, which is double up. Because you got brain like, no, it wasn't to do with the what? Wait. Mello, I think you misunderstood what I was having trouble with. The problem I had was that I had mistakenly forgotten that baseline or is the inclusive or. That's what actually was the issue. It was nothing to do with the donation. The donation took me longer with XOR, but like XOR finding the donation's fine. That's not the issue. I don't know. I'm not gonna... I just forgotten that the baseline or is the inclusive or. I was looking for what was the inclusive or. And in the process, we found the exclusive ore, which was what we were talking about. That was the mistake there. You had trouble with guessing if the ore is exclusive? I've forgotten that the base ore is inclusive, and I was thinking I needed the other ore. I thought the base ore was the exclusive ore. It's not, that's why I'm like, it's not that I was guessing which ore was which. It's that I'd forgotten the, like, foundation rule. Yeah, no, it's literally, I wasn't guessing anything, it's just straight up, my glasses were on my face while looking for my glasses. I'm like, it's that energy. It's you're making it sound like it was a much grander problem than it was. It was way dumber and way more basic. It's forgetting the thing in front of you. So brain lag. Yeah, I accept that. But you're like, that's why I was saying, like, you're going into it being like, oh no, it's to do with the denotion. No, it had nothing to do with the denotion. It is, I'm looking for my phone. I need to use this light on my phone to look for it. Wait a minute. Maybe I should call my phone off my phone. I'll be able to find it easier that way. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, this should function perfectly fine. I don't think we've got any issues with how this will function. I'm going to run this, though, quickly to see if there's a break in it. In case there's something I didn't attribute for correctly. It's almost time for breakfast. I'm off to shower like a well-adjusted human. I like being at breakfast as soon as they open the doors. That's fair. I mean, I'm probably... Oh, what am I going to do? How much more do I want to get done? Hello? What? Oh, yep. Yep, no, that's a valid me mistakey. This one. How do I want to handle that? Do I just push the collision type in here? There we go. I wanted to ask without being mean, do you find talking on stream distracting when you need to finish stuff? Yes. There's a reason why I've said very openly, on programming streams, my full acceptance is I'm working at lower capacity for ideas, though, allowing. Like, there's a reason I program outside of stream time, right? Like, I could probably get what I'm doing right now done in a space of about an hour, at most, if I was off stream. But at the same time, like, this holds me, one, accountable with the work. It means that I'm always having to keep working. And then on top of that, it means that, like I said, if anyone has an idea for the game that they may think of during the discussions, it enables them to kind of go, hey, what about this? And it means I can play around with the idea a little bit more openly and willingly. I think streaming game development's extremely useful in a lot of learning situations. That's the core thing to take away from it. But I do think that there are problems that come up from it. So I think you change your collision type, right? I could just pass the collision type through like this for now. Hey, so what about them handles? I mean, we got the handle working now, right? I think. I think it's working better. Now that I've solved that problem. There might be a couple more like that, though, that exist that I'm not paying attention to. We'll see. Indeed there are! Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Okay. How do I do the collision things? Yeah, so this is the problem. So it would be other. Now, if I recall. But yeah, no, it's a good way of like keeping me always honest about the fact that I do need to get work done in this game, and it gives me ways to work on the game though. It's just there's so much that I'm gonna try and get done in this week, is kind of the problem as well, right? Which reminds me, I need to fucking double check. Yeah. Alright. That didn't work? Unknown object couldn't read the bounding box. Oh, we ignore that part. Okay, wait, there we go. It's not working off stream, true. Could you explain where the lobby is gone? You still need to rewrite the UI for it or something? I haven't made it yet. I don't actually really have a grander statement than that. I'll ask you simply, what do you want me to answer with? This isn't the same project. This is built from the ground up, right? Do I need the lobby? Why do I need the lobby? What gets changed by making the lobby? How much left until MVP? Do you mean not MVP but multiplayer is what you're asking? Mel's a real MVP, not gonna lie. Yeah, that's what I was like, what? I apologize, I might need like a little bit more of a thing for that, but the minimum playable product. I mean, that's kind of what I'm working on at the moment, right? A minimal playable product, we're going to have a test environment done by the end of the week. That will be posted out, but it's going to basically be more or less what you see now. Just without some of the dev tools and with a little bit of cleanup on a couple of other things. If you're talking about Steam, like, alpha release, probably the end of the year, if I'm lucky. I don't know, depends on, like, what happens between now and then. I don't want to give hard dates or anything on things, because if I do, I'm just going to overstress myself, but I have goals, and my goal is definitely to have, like, a substantial chunk of the work done by the end of the year. It's the problem is how much it's getting rewritten, and how complex the rewrite is. That's why we're technically still in the process of actually setting up weapons and leveling, and we haven't even finished enemies yet, right? Let's see. You got some big bang ideas while you're working on the rewrite, or the rewrite has a clear structure of mechanics and stuff? Rewriting a project that had been worked on for 2 years from the ground up, surprisingly enough, doesn't take... It, like, takes another year, easily. Especially when I'm trying to implement it with much clearer and better systems. Like, the reason I ask about the multiplayer aspect of it is the fact that technically it's in the game. Same with Steam integration. It's in the game. Is it fully functioning? Tis a little messy, but it works. It's all manual setup at the moment. What was the issue on that one? What's the difference between these two? You could go the easy way, as I think about it now. Steam Remote Play together is enough for a multiplayer, and at least it's better than doing the whole peer-to-peer code setup. Yes and no, is the short answer. So, I'm gonna ask you a question. If I invited you to a game, and I've just started playing the game, do you want your unlocks? Do you want your meta progression things, and do you want your own customization? If you have a skin that's rare and you worked for it, do you want to have access to it? That game got custom profiles for different players over remote play. Yeah, but it's extremely inefficient. I would prefer to have a setup that is not simulated couch co-op. Because simulated couch co-op leads to lag-related issues. With input related delay, which is something I've experienced and fucking miserably hate. And I know it's gotten better, but it still sucks. And I would just prefer to have a system like what we've got. There's more systems I can have control over and have working the way I fully intend them with this. An option that is easier does not mean better. Unless you don't want to host dedicated servers. No, I'm not doing dedicated servers. Because this game won't make money and I can't afford to run dedicated servers. It is peer-to-peer, and there's nothing wrong with that. All I need to do is rip region off Steam when I'm doing the multiplayer architecture. Which is to do with some of this stuff here. And some of this stuff. There is no reason to host dedicated servers either. What do I gain out of dedicated servers in a PvE-styled game like this? I gain nothing. I mean, I guess I get a little bit more control over things, but then I have to do a security architecture on top of everything I do, and while I've already got security architecture in place, it's not worth it. Imagine some 10-player version of the game would die. I'm gonna tell you now, this game's already gonna fucking struggle with 4 characters. There's a reason why it had to be rewritten. It's because the game already lagged itself to death with 1 character in after like 10 minutes. what would happen if I introduced 3 more characters to that list. 4 is a nice clean number. 10's a terrible idea. Fuck, that would actually just make the game unplayable. Irregardless of if you had stuff to accommodate for it either. Which is again why I immediately am going to say this as a reminder. No, the game's not fucking moddable. I ain't gonna let that shit happen. I ain't gonna let that fly. If you figure out a way to do it, good on you, but you ain't expecting me to optimize with that in mind. The game's hard-coded in a lot of ways. You're not getting very far with it. It's just not worth it for you as a user. If you'd had dedicated servers, you could do more game modes as well. Progression like gacha banners and stuff, just my thought. Again, this is a non-profit game. Why? There's gonna be progression, there's gonna be gacha banners. I can do all of that without a fucking dedicated server. Most of it's shitposty energy. There's literally no real money can go through it, right? So why? Why would I do it? I can, it's that thing of, I can already do the stuff you've suggested without doing that. And it's a complete shitpost energy, which works. What is the issue with this one? Specifically because it's that? What's the difference? I'm misunderstanding how I've written this. Let's start with a different character so I can test this faster. Like, that's just a scoping issue at that point if I was to do dedicated servers. Hell, even the monetary game that I'm working on, admittedly very, very intermittently, doesn't have dedicated servers. Because, why? I gain nothing from doing dedicated servers. Dedicated servers is only when you're dealing on an extremely large scale, really. And you need to have as many security checks in place as possible. Even then, like, you can probably get away with not doing that. You can have, like, parts of it that are attached to a dedicated server. That can work. But at that point in time, you're probably doing that because you want stats as well. Which is what I'd probably do if I was to do something like that. Cannot be resolved. That's why. I skipped one thing. Yep. There we go. That should solve the problem. Ugh. Oh yeah, I needed to look at weather, but I'm pretty sure just looking at the window, I'm probably not getting washing done today. It's looking a tad bit shite out there. And now you work. Hey. Remember to hydrate. That's a good idea, actually. I will do that in a split second. Okay. So, that solved that issue. Now, weapons should function pretty much exactly the same, but now I have architecture for the drops to deal damage. There we go. A second has passed. Zero. Okay. So now I should be able to actually give drops damage, funnily enough. It's player stats convert. Owner. String. I think it's called drop damage, right? And then the value would be struct. Dot value 1 0. There we go. Should be easy enough. God, there's so much I need to do with Bloodlust. Bloodlust is such a cool idea, though. I can't wait to try this out. This one out properly. We do need to add a decay timer to the feathers. I know kind of what I wanted to do with it, which should be this. I don't know why it does that sometimes. Alright, our lines just stop lining up correctly at certain points, I think. So how do I do the decay time? Cooldowns list gets the little cooldown. Oh god, okay. What? Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is gonna be the weird part of all of this. Okay, and then... Right, so we're looking for function 4, right? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is the function that we're doing. So what's getting put through as the arguments? It's empty array and caster. So let's put through owner as well. Actually, no, we're putting through struct. And then with that, we are going to check. Struct dot value 4. That, and then else. This should work. Let's see if I'm gonna disappoint myself again. I may or may not have just piggybacked my old system, my system, to work with something that should do the purge after a portion of time. We'll see. Okay, they do purge, but I don't have a correct cleanup for them. Does that fix that? I expected issues. I really did for this one. And I need to get better at doing my nails. Like the fucking, I'm getting better at painting kind of consistently, but like, I'm still fucking up 1 or 2 nails at a time. I kind of want to reset a couple nails so I can attempt to do them better, but I don't have any fucking nail remover. Like nail polish remover. I need to sort that out soon. Interesting. Ew. 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 There we go. Masochism has its limits. What do you mean? Nail polish remover, you fucking twat. You know what I mean. I do like having painted nails, though, consistently. It's quite nice. Like I said, I just need to get better at what I figured out kind of what I was fucking up. I don't think I'm giving enough time for the base coat to dry before I was applying the next one. Okay, that needs to change. You truly are our e-girl, dude. It's black nails. I wouldn't call that too e-girly. Though I would, if my skin tone was a bit better and more allowing for it, I would probably do pink. I'd be real with you, Chief. This is one of those, like, mini reminders that I dislike about myself, is that, like, the skin tone I have leans it to really wanting darker colors against it if I'm gonna do something with it. So, like, blacks, browns, dark purples, stuff like that. Cool. But also, like, I'm broad as shit, and I really wish I was, like, a lot slimmer. You're a thick goth girlfriend. Okay, that I can probably take into account more. I accept that. Ah. I see my issue. Would it not be better then to just... Okay, there we go. Alright. So... Alright. 3, cool. And then we just need... the caster details. And struct details. Ugh, I have to transfer the struct over. I can just send over the variable. And then I can change this into a boolean. So it's a little bit lighter on the thing. There. Right. Think that should work. Hey, Sweep, how's it going? Oh, fucking hell. I think that works. I think that works. Alright. Today we low energy. Am I low energy? Damn. I didn't think I was that bad. Maybe I am. Malice, our thick goth e-girl girlfriend? Hell yeah. Well, I mean, we were talking about the fact that I've got painted nails and I'm painting my nails black all the time now. Like, I've literally got the base coat and the black paint on my desk still. And I was just talking about how, like, I'm trying to get better at it. Because I haven't done painted nails in yonks, right? And when I normally got them done by other people. So this is me learning to do it myself. Okay, so they disappear. There's no issues there. And now they disappear independent of each other. That's what we wanted. Cool. We need to get Malith into maid costume. I stand by, you buy that shit, I'll wear it. You're just gonna have to figure out the sizes and how to get it to me. Am I gonna make that part easy? Problem not. Oh, to be fair, just talk to Sweep. He actually knows my address. Don't ask for my address, by the way, please, for the love of God. I'm never condoning that. Why won't you give us your sizes? I don't know them off the top of my head anymore. And I don't have a measuring tape for it, or like a measuring, a clothes measuring thing. I could get another one of those at some point. Wouldn't go amiss. It's actually quite useful. Which one's this deck? I just found one of my decks in my fucking drawers. What's this one? Oh, this is that deck. This one's so shit and I love it. Yeah, I was gonna build this one. That's right. Such a fun trash deck. Preferably longitude and latitude. Huh. Surprisingly enough, not keen on giving that. See, I'm pretty sure this is why you guys want me to open a, was it the throne, right? It's because y'all want to buy me dumb fucking outfits that I will wear, and that is the problem. I think it was called Throne, right? Y'all just scared to get me outfits now as well, because you know that I'd fucking stream naked. Well, I wear underwear and a dressing gown, but... Ain't no pants on me, buckaroo. Why would I stream with pants on? Like, okay. Noxie sent me a video the other day. I'm not gonna share it, but I'm gonna share the sentiment of it. Is that... Straight up. Why? Why would I wear pants? What do I gain from wearing pants right now? I'm willing to listen, but I would like to hear an argument to why in my room when no one can visually see me and it's getting into hotter seasons, why I should wear pants. Tell me. I'm curious. When it's getting hot, so your ass doesn't stick to your chair, that's why I got the underwear and the dressing gown on. Moving on. Come on. You think I didn't think these things through? Come on. I look away and come back to you talking about dresses. We're not telling you to wear pants. It's like I'm getting so defeated. How dare you tell me to wear pants? No, pants are the... So your thighs don't stick to your chair? Again, dressing gown. What do you not know what a dressing gown is? A bathrobe? What do you want me to call it? Also, my thighs aren't that fucking wide. Jesus Christ. Like, even... How... This is a, like, full... Like, okay, admittedly, this is actually a wide seat now that I think on it. I know why you should use underwear at this point. Because I don't like my stuff dangling. I feel... That's when I start feeling uncomfortable. Ironic... Like, this is genuinely, I go to sleep just wearing underwear. I do not like wearing nothing completely to go to bed. I do not like that feeling as much with the dangly bits going everywhere. The thing you wore wearing that peace sign, yeah. That's my dressing gown. It's my fucking All Blacks dressing gown. Don't ask why I have an All Blacks dressing gown. It was cheap, and it was comfy. Boo. I'm sorry that I don't like the feeling of my dick getting crushed by my thigh. I don't know. Because clothes get you in a regular headspace. Do you want me in a regular headspace? Do you guys come here for me to be in a normal headspace, or do you come here for me to be deranged? I feel like that's it. I wear work clothes when I work remotely and do all the color. Oh yeah, no, same. Again, like, after stream, if I'm like, I'm gonna go get some work done, I go have a shower, and I go get changed. Like, fully, I do that as well, Jin. But also, like, it's hot, I'm relaxing during streams. You sound like you don't have regular dick flattening sessions at 3 AM, hell yeah. Look, okay, you want to hear the funny thing, by the way? I've talked about this before, and this is the funniest part of all of this. I used to sleep in full clothes. In fact, there were many a days I would come home from work in jeans and just crash out in my bed. And just don't bother. Right? Do you know why I started wearing at least just down to my underwear? And this says a lot about me. Is because my partner that I was with, my ex, complained about access. The only reason I wore underwear by the end is because, like I said, I just didn't quite like rolling around getting my dick flattened. Me too, I just don't do it often because balls chafe and jeans can pinch balls. Yeah. No, I used to do it a lot, especially when I wore like skinny jeans during that era. God, that was an era. Do you guys remember when guys started wearing skinny jeans in like the mid 2010s? I think it was about mid 2010s, right? Early 2010s, mid 2010s, kind of that range, right? Yeah, this is the second time I hear about this. Yep. Like I said, there's some of these things, I've said these before. Yeah, that's how my last relationship was for a lot of that sort of stuff. That was my ex. So yes, that is why I got into the habit of wearing only underwear to bed, and now, because I naturally overheat, my body has gotten accustomed to it, and now if I try and go to bed with even a fucking singlet on, I die miserably. Because I don't move around in my sleep as much anymore to, like, kick blankets off, I just sit there and overheat and boil. So I just have absolutely atrocious sleep. See, these are the things that happen when, like, habits become habits. So you're saying you're hot. I mean, I wouldn't say that's a wrong statement. No, I overheat very easily. Again, it's why, like, right now, while I say I'm wearing the bathrobe, it's like full chest is out and open, and like it's barely being held on. It's mainly because I don't want to have my back up against my chair or my ass in my chair. I remember old man making not politically correct allegations about boys using skinny jeans. Dude, I'm glad I don't wear skinny jeans anymore, because, like, I'm pretty sure that would be, like, a crime. I got a lot of dates back then. I'm realizing now why. God damn it. Look, you go to the bar with skinny jeans on during that era, and like, they see things. There's a reason why, like, is it gray sweatpants, like, now trending for men because women like it because they can see your junk through it, or like are wiggling around a bit more, which is why I don't like going out in my sweatpants, because as people that have seen me in my sweatpants can attest, it's not subtle, and it's really fucking uncomfortable sometimes having someone just staring at your groin. And it's like, can we have a no? My eyes are up here, buddy. My eyes are up here. Say the era like some kind of fossil. God damn it. It's not, it wasn't that long ago. It was like 15 years ago, right? I want to say. Like, it was 10, 15 years ago. When was skinny jeans getting popular for men? Now I'm actually curious. Skinny jeans for men. Popular. Oh, apparently they're coming back as well. Would you look at that? I'm said not interested to the new AI mode. Fuck off. Skinny. All right, here we go. Skinny jeans were peak popularity in 2010s, but declined with the rise of wider leg, more comfortable styles during the COVID pandemic. I was alive 15 years ago. No way. Truly isn't that long. Huh. Yeah. Oh, exactly. So yeah, 2010s. By Henderson bands and the Strokes, and begun spreading men's fashion around 2009. Yeah, no, skinny jeans became a staple for both men and women. But like the main thing for men was surprising. I still have like one of my slim fit jeans, I'm pretty sure. Like somewhere, I've got some slim fit jeans. Those are my black jeans that I have. Right? I don't know where they are right now, so I can't tell you. I don't know, clap, you old now. Ha! What a fucking noise that was. What the shit was that? Ha! There we go. Dude, if a trend is older than a person like that, that makes me fucked up. I'm a fucking baby. Hell yeah. I miss those days where I could just go like, I ain't fucking old. Then you get like, when did I start getting called like actually old instead of just like meme old? When did I start actually getting called old? Like early 20s. Early mid-20s was when I started having people going like, oh, you're old. I'm like, I mean, I'm not old, but at least you're not memeing now. Whereas like when I was younger, like I said before, fucking people would just go, haha, you act so old. And it's like, turn that webcam on that webcam and show us. No. Especially knowing that I have my beard trimmed at the moment, so I look fucking... Well, okay. So like 3 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, yeah, 2 weeks ago, basically, I clean shaved. And Noxy has told me very adamantly, if I do that again, I can find a new place to live. Needless to say, I'm growing it back out at the moment, also because I don't like it. I really don't like it. I do not look good without, like, when I'm not bearded, I do not look as good. I look a lot better, when I have a beard. I am, again, I did it because I was like, I wonder if I could, like, pull off a bit more of a skinnier look. And, like, a thin down look. I did it, and I'm like, I look like a thumb. I look like a thumb, and I look like a big, bulky guy, still. So, I'm just gonna accept that I'm always gonna look like your dad. Like, dad energy. Like, have a beard, have, like, grumpy fucking eyes, and have broad fucking shoulders. Why has God cursed me with such a body when I would have loved to have been a femboy? Why could you not make me skinny and, like, more narrow? Why could you not make me more androgynous? Why do I have to look like a fucking tank? Why is it that I put a little, if I go to do some exercises and put a little bit of muscle on, I immediately hulk the fuck out of 90% of my shirts? Ah! It sucks. And if you think I'm kidding, by the way, like, genuinely, the moment I, like, use my weights for, like, 2 or 3 days in a week, I go from, like, kind of twiddly arms to just genuinely things. It's so fucking annoying. You truly should just ask why gender bent isn't really it. Dude. If I could. If you told me, even for just a day, I could just, like, swap genders to, like, the female version of myself, I'd fucking do it. Yeah. Why can't I just be gender bent? Can I get a gender bent isekai if I get isekai'd? I'm down for that. Like, I stress, by the way, this is the fun part of it all. It's not even that I want to be a woman, it's that I just want to be androgynous. Because I love, like, that more, like, androgynous style so much. Because you can just do whatever you want at that point. You can wear men's clothes, you can wear women's clothes. There's no limitations. You can just... I like changing my style up from time to time, but there's only so fucking much energy I can do, or like so much range I can have, as a guy like me. No shit, find someone who'd want to be gender bent for a day. Who wouldn't want to be? Yeah. Come on. Give me my gender bent era. It's funny as well, because, like, so, after reading, a dojin yesterday, that was, like, a gender bend one, or a gender swap, sorry, because it was basically 2 characters swapped, and, like, they slowly got corrupted by, like, the desires of the other one. So they got really fucked up. Point is, I find it really fascinating because I'm pretty sure even if you told me my desires would get corroded, I don't fucking think much would change. Because I'm, like, so kind of in that gender fluid territory. Again, I'm, like, the straightest gay person you know, right? Dude, but I have broad shoulders and blah blah. Yeah. Dude, it sucks. Why can't I be more feminine? Where's Shippy when I need him? He's my boy. Sorry, I just looked over at the memes thing that you fucking posted, Sweeb. You fucking monster. I love that ASMR one. Or the audiobook one. What's this one? Tap the brakes so they all nod. Fuck yes, they should. Where's Sheppy? I need my Sheppy. I'm gonna send him a hug. There we go. Didn't I send you a Jinabin skin suit? Was that the last one you sent me? I'm trying to remember. I don't think that was the last one you sent me. I think you sent me one, though. You'd totally do it if you're a bus driver. Oh, yeah, no, 100%. You cunts, aren't you? I love, by the way, the best part is, if I ever ended up dating someone at this point, and I mention it even on stream, I feel like the first fucking response is, are they like a man or a woman? Then the second one is, do they look like a man or a woman? Am I fucking wrong at this point? I'll get a few, even though you've probably seen it. Again, that's the fun part of it all. Rule of thumb, I've probably seen it, but doesn't mean I don't like looking at it again. I mean, what? Why is the music so quiet? I'm just gonna reset this. I would ask if they're single. That's fair. Hey, is your mom single? Oh, which, there was a VTuber mom that actually got upset by that. I can't remember who it was. I'm actually, like, okay, it's one of those things that if you're outside of the, like, the VTuber community and that kind of personality sense, it makes a lot of sense for people to get upset by, right? Like, it is actually a very reasonable thing to get upset by, but we're all fucking demented, so we all ask those dumbass questions, right? Speaking of mother, where's the mother slash BF comic voiceover thing? It's gotten, like, no progress done on it. Again, last few weeks I've only been doing absolute bare minimum work outside of programming. I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief, it's a lot of work, and I knew it was gonna be a lot of work before going into it. And it's really hard to keep the motivation going on it. I really want to do it. I really do want to do it. But, like, the amount of art that needs to be done for it and the amount of, like, storyboarding that needs to be finished is insane. Like, I did put more work into it outside of that stream. I did. It just is so fucking much to get done when I've got other stuff to do. I'd like to do it. I really would. And I do need to be reminded to do it a few times to maybe get into doing it again. But I said going into it, there's a very good chance we don't finish it. Because it might just be too much. Can't remember who it was. Yeah, I can't remember who it was either. Had that situation. It was one of the JP streamers though, if I recall. I think it was JP. Might have been Indonesian. And if that's the case, it was probably like, fuck, I don't know. Kobo? No, it wouldn't be Kobo's mom. She's fucking cool. If it was, then that's upsetting, because she's awesome. Sorry, I just looked over at something again, and what is going on? Let's see. It's not about motivation. You have a lot of projects going on. Be sure not to burn yourself out. Takes long to heal from that. Yeah. Oh, don't I know? It's, again, this is why, like, I would be much better eventually. This is why, like, okay. Can we move back a little bit? Get your thoughts collected, Malith. Also, congrats, Clap. Why I would be better eventually as, like, project management, right? Like, if I had a game company of myself, my work would be come in, do a bunch of programming in each project, or do a bunch of work in each project, and talk with people and have that sort of going, right? Like, I would be there for initialization, I'd be there for getting through all of the design documentation, getting everything standardized and everyone figured out. That's the stuff I'm the best at. I would love to work on more projects and just hire people to work on them with me. Like, the card game's one of the biggest examples of that, right? Like, I want to work on it more. I just keep getting, like, oh, I've got a commission to do. Oh, I've got an advice thing I need to do. Oh, I've got to do this, or I'm programming myself on this. Is because this is my priority. That's why it's a design outlet most of the time. I do work on it, though. I do like it. I really want to do it. I really, really want to see it done. Because I think it would be a fucking incredible game. Long term. Oh, I did see another thing as well that I kind of want to yoink from somewhere. Give me a sec. I'll see if I can find the like on Twitter for it. And be careful looking through my likes on stream now, because it's a lot of pornographic art for references. There it is. Cool. This. I saw someone do this, and this looks really fucking sick. I know how it's done, too, so I might do something similar. I know... Okay, no, I know the theory of it. I don't know how it's done in something like Godot. Because it's a... shader. Right? And the idea would be... if I go back to it. The idea would be doing that shader as a texture over the top of a card. I see your desktop wallpaper without seeing the wallpaper. That's fair. How far can I scroll down before I see, like, actual pornographic material again? once Twitter actually works again for me. That kind of counts. Doing some project management right now, but I'm facing some challenges I didn't think about. I mean, let me know if you want any advice on that. Yeah. No, I can't show those. Alright, let's move on. What the fuck did I come back to? Twitter, what the fuck's this? This is why we're not allowed to have nice things. The fuck was that? I still hate, by the way, and I've said this before, but I still hate that I actually like God of War. I like mechanically, I like the visual design and all that sort of stuff. But the problem is, the moment I say, oh, I like God of War, like, oh, you like God of War, huh? It's like, no! God! I just think God of War's really hot. I mean... Thank you, I might bother you about that. Go for it. Again, it's a job I used to do. I feel like I'm at least thing. Speaking of God of War, the giant God of War plush, I couldn't have, I wish I could have gotten it. Same. 100%, I actually do wish I got that God of War plushie, because I fucking think that would be hella cool to have in my bed, and just have, like, his cuddle thing. Again, I'm buying slowly more and more plushies. I actually want to buy more plushies. So again, we have the body pillow. I bought one plushie. I'm actually starting to get, like, in my head, the desire to, like, fill part of my bed with plushies. Because I fucking love plushies. I do have a couple of other, like, VTuber plushies as well. I technically have a Ruby one somewhere as well. So I wouldn't mind getting more plushies. Again, it's just hard, because, like, VTubers come out with them, and it's like, oh, this is a limited time only thing. It's like, well, I didn't have the fucking money saved up. Damn it! Why do you do this to me? Yeah, I'm gonna call you out, Aura GX. I still am sad that I didn't get your plushie. I would have loved to have gotten one of those. But no, you had to do it limited time only. Grrr. If you're gonna do it again, give me like a couple weeks notice so I can put the money aside, for fuck's sake. Actually, at this point in time, it's probably like a 2-month notice, realistically. But God of War is very hot. Look, I think God of War is a very pretty Pokemon, but I don't, like, wanna fuck the Pokemon. Speaking of Pokemon, though, by the way, I've had so many mixed things from the new one. What are your guys, like, general, like, takeaways from it so far? Because I still kind of want to get it. Even though there is a mixed part of my brain that's, like, kind of don't want to get the support Pokemon company more. And they're, like, asshole moves. I'm kind of done with their bullshit. Or a one-day notice if some of us happen to have a hole in the back pocket by chance. Even then, I'd still need about a month, because I'd need to wait for the money to turn up, because that's how YouTube works. I do love, by the way, the money that's, like, so, again, I'm gonna be getting my first payout potentially this month from YouTube, because Clap's fucking insane and keeps sending me money because of bad financial decisions. I love that money's immediately going to just enable me buying PC parts, is the primary thing for it all. It's like, I'm basically gonna clear out a bunch of, like, gunk in my debt log and speed up some stuff, so I should be able to sort things out next month. And then, like, hopefully be able to buy a part or two before the end of the year. Alright, what was your question again? I was thinking of bad financial decisions, god damn it. I didn't see much, but looks kind of more of the same, but a little bit better at a very first sight. Yeah. No, it's just... There's mechanics it has. You can't say it didn't make good jokes. I'm not gonna disagree with that. I'm not gonna disagree with that. It was very funny, but also does still give me slight panics going, please don't spend too much money. Be financially safe. Please. Leave me to make the bad financial decisions, not you. But no, like, the Pokemon game looks interesting. I watched RT's first video on it, because, like, again, I do watch RT, and I was always gonna watch a playthrough of the Pokemon game before I go into it. I'm gonna be honest, the thing that I'm, like, the most concerned about if I come to play it is how much I'm gonna miss. Because something I heard from RT while playing a lot is like, oh, this or that or this or that are references to the base game. And I'm like, I don't fucking know any of this. Because I do not know a damn thing about that game. Don't do as they say, do as they do. The words was go by. I mean, what? No. But yeah, like, that's one of the biggest things that I saw with the game. Obviously, there's also the discussion of the, like, the whole city is one model, which is really funny. Someone said Pokemon is the FIFA of JRPGs, and as a fan of the series, I'm mad that it's true. It's not inaccurate, yeah. I mean, like, again, the problem ZA has, from my perspective on the matter, is that it took, like, it basically is the hybrid between a mainline Pokemon game and what Legends Arceus was. Right? I think it's accurate to say that. Because Legends Arceus felt so much more off the beaten track. And it looks like they've copied so much from that game, but not copied at the same time some of the stuff that made it what it was. And that's, I think, the part that's, like, caught me up. Like, I think the gameplay loop is a straight up, like, they've made an effort to improve upon Arceus, but the world itself is more of a mainline Pokemon game. And that's the part that I dislike, personally. Because the charm of Arceus to me was the fact that it felt so, like, foundational in what Pokemon always felt like to me. It was a game franchise where you got attacked. Like, these creatures aren't just, like, our allies. These are creatures in the wild, and we are actively trying to survive them. The idea that a horde turning up is actually a big deal, because a horde turning up could be an entire village just wiped off the face of the planet. Whereas, like, that doesn't happen anymore in the Pokemon worlds, because, like, Pokemon have gotten used to people, and things have become more like, simpler and nicer and stuff. So that's the complaint I have with it personally. Why anime? What do you mean by why anime? Do you mean why is anime good? Anime is nice. I like anime. Why am I anime? It's because I committed an eldritch ritual and became an anime person. I rejected flesh. It's very anime of you. That sounds about right. Okay, I do need to finish doing this. So what do I actually want to have for the pickup architecture for this? Okay, so we're doing on pickup. So those are definitely the two things we're gonna need. And then the pickup architecture needs pickups. Shut the f— You make me mad. You make me genuinely mad. I love you and I hate you for that one. I truly, that is how I feel. Why are you like this? Can we add handle pickups? God. We have a pickup handler? Yeah! God damn it. I've heard that many times, I will say that. What the— why are you like this? Why are you the way you are? Gotta love that energy, right? No, I'm be honest, if you ever get someone to straight up to your face go like, why are you like this? You know you've like done something that they can't be angry at, but they're like expressing displeasure in the best way. It's such a badge of honor. By the way you are. I take pride in that. Exactly, right? Like, you take that shit and you take that and you're like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. There we go. Signature look of superiority. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, Sweeb, how'd you— so, we talked about it the other day. How'd you enjoy, like, learning how expensive those decks were that you played with? I mentioned that to some of my friends, and they're like, yeah, sounds about right. Because I told them what the decks were. Like, I just said very briefly what they were, and they're like, yeah, no, we know, yeah. Again, it's one of those things that, like, the more you get into Magic, the more some of that sort of stuff becomes like, oh, I understand, yeah. My brain still won't accept that. What, your brain won't accept that you had cardboard in your hand that's worth hundreds of dollars each? I will ask you this, Sweep. Did you see one of the OG dual lands in any of those decks? That's what I'm curious about, because, like, that's the one that I'm like, if you saw those, my god. That would have been fucking hysterical. I understand probably just saying OG dual land probably doesn't mean much to you, so I'll see if I can find one real quick to show you what that'd look like. Okay, I'm pretty sure they're in this deck. Let's see. Okay. All printings. Did you see any cards that looked like this? Is a land that basically just says it taps for the 2 colors and it's got all the basic types of basic lands. Thank God, no gear. I'd assume, though, probably you came across these. Which these are pretty spinny. They're a lot less now, but they used to be pretty bad. You might have come across some shock lands. I wouldn't be surprised if you also came across Surveil lands. These, where it's basically has the basic types, it enters tapped, and it surveils on entry. I wouldn't be too surprised at that. What would have been... City of Brass, yeah, that'd have been funny to see. Do you see the One Ring? That's like, at minimum, $100 US. That's always a fun one. The Surveil ones? You saw the Surveil, like, I assume the fetch ones are like $10 each, at minimum. They used to be closer to 20. The Surveil lands are about $30 each. Shock lands are sitting in between that, if I recall, because they've had a couple of reprints, so they're a bit lower in the price problem now. That reminds me, I'm almost done with this one. I think I'm 2 cards away from being done with this. Right? Is it 2 cards? 3 cards. Let me double check, because Clara, Wedding Ring, Martha's on the way. I have ordered a Martha, finally. Amoket Raceway. And Trenzalore Clock Tower. Yeah, so it's Wedding Ring, Clara. Is that actually it? Wedding Ring, Clara, Amoket Raceway, Trenzalore Clock Tower? Damn, nearly there. I'm still upset, though, that the fucking Wedding Ring, the only, like, version of it I can get cheaply is the fucking Marvel one. I hate it. I genuinely hate it. I do kind of want to take Tulane out of this deck, not because, like, I think he's bad in it, but because I kind of want to make a deck around him. I really wasn't for all of the decks at the table to be over the 1k range with the fuck magic players. I mean, okay, like, again, by comparison, though, Sweep, this deck I'm showing you right now, so this is a deck that I'm almost done with, this is $100, $100 US total, right? This is a precon that has arguably been downgraded, arguably been upgraded. Right, like, this is the mistake that a lot of people have with Magic, is because of the optimization argument. You optimize the deck so much it costs $1 billion. You can make a more than reasonable deck with a normal budget point. Like, the power level between a deck, again, it's very dependent on the mentality building it. Okay, I'm gonna be back in a second. And I'm back. Alright. Alright, there we go. Anyway, what was I in the middle of saying? It is dependent on how you approach building a deck, because, like, I have genuinely seen, a deck that's $100, a deck that's $1,000, and a deck that's $10,000 worth fight against each other and it be equal. Right? Like, take that as you will. That is the thing you need to take away with Magic. It is who builds the deck, what is the intention of the deck. That determines more than its price point. Wonder what I would put in here if I was to take Chillane out. What would I put in here if I was to take Chillane out? Let me look at the precon that this is based off of. And see what's in there that I could re-add, maybe. I could probably add, like, interaction. That would probably not go amiss, like another counterspell. Or like a Beast Within, maybe? I'd probably have the mana for a Beast Within on that deck. Because what have I got in this pile here? No, that would be terrible for me. I would want to sack stuff. Because it's clues. Is there a Farseek in here? There is not. I could toss a Farseek in here. It's definitely a downgrade. It's definitely a downgrade. If I'm to do that, let me look for my lands and see how many typed lands do I have that are non-forest, wasn't it, Farseek? Yeah, it's non-forest typed lands. One, two, three, four, five. With 5 different types. What's a Farseek? Farseek is a spell. Very a famous spell that I could probably find faster by just looking at another deck. Ironically. Wouldn't be in the well-traveled deck, because that one doesn't have any basic land types in there. Let's look at Feed the Cat. Feed the Cat will have Farsight in there. Or Farseek. Surely. It doesn't? Damn. I'm actually mildly impressed it doesn't. The fuck does, then? Sephiroth's got to. Like, this has to have it. There's no way I wouldn't have it in here. Here we go, Farseek. Okay, so let's look at all printing so you don't get too confused by the fact that it's a Final Fantasy version of it. Farseek, search your library for a Plains card and it's Plains, Island, Swamp, or Mountain card. Put it into the battlefield, tap, then shuffle for 1 green and 1 mana. Basically what this means, because of the wording on it, what I can do is I can pull anything that has the basic land type on it that is not, that's not forest, basically. So these ones here, irrigated farmland, is a land, but it also does have the basic types of plains and island. So what Farseek says is that I pull one of those cards out. This meets the condition. So I could pull this one out. So instead of going after, say, an island or a plains, which only taps for 1 type of mana, I could play the Farseek and go search for an island, a plains, or the irrigated farmland, which is the 2 of them. The other benefit with it is that it doesn't say non-forest, it says all other types other than forest is on its list, which actually means Canopy Vista here, which is a forest and a plains, meets the condition because it's checking for plains. So I can get this one in as well, which means I still can get a green mana from it. There are better lands than some of these, by the way, that get way better, but the idea is that that's the point of Farseek, because other similar effects that exist are not in this deck, ironically. Again, need to go look at what was the one we were looking at? Feed the Cat. Normally they search for a basic land type, not a, like, they specifically specify a basic land card, I should say. So what I mean by that is if we go look at Cultivate. This is probably the premier one outside of Rampant Growth. Search your library for up to 2 basic land cards. Reveal those cards, put them in one into the battlefield tapped, and the other into your hand. So instead of saying a basic land type, it's saying specifically a basic land card. So that is only swamp or forest in this deck. Unlike the other one where it would have been anything that shared those types. Which is why it's not so popular in this deck, and probably why I don't have it in here, because I don't have any of those typings in here, because it's just not worth it. Does that make a little bit of sense? The reason why it's probably still not good to add to that deck, though, is because I have no other, like, very clear ramp like that. And I have a lot of draw, so I'd actually prefer to just have more land drops, if anything. Yeah, I would prefer to just commit more to stuff like on the trail. But I like, interaction is a very valid argument here. I should probably have some form of interaction getting added in. Would Disciple of Freyles be a good add to this? I don't really have big power minions in here, per se. Multani might not be a bad shout, actually. Again, we're having to replace possibly one of the strongest engines in this deck, which is not an easy thing to do. Because I want that engine in its own deck. Yes, by the way, that is actually the argument of what I'm doing right now, is it's not even that I'm trying to, like, make the deck better. I'm technically trying to make the deck worse by getting a different card in there that I would like more. I'm preferably wanting to add something I know I already own. So I'm not, like, going to have to go search for a new card. Replacing the engine's never easy. They're heavy, have lots of tubes, screws, they're messy as fuck. Yeah, no, exactly, yes. Maybe Whirler Rogue wouldn't be a bad shout to re-add in. That's a solid argument. So this got removed. Whenever you sack a clue, gain life. I'm probably not gonna need that. Horner Queen, I put in a different deck. This got taken out. What are you? You gain half X life, draw half X. Flying Trample, enters the battlefield with X/1/1 counters on it. Probably don't need... Ooh. That's one card I do own that I could add, thinking about that. I'll think about it in a moment. Anyway, what are you? Parlay. Whenever attacks, each player reveals the top card of their library. For each non-land revealed this way, you investigate. Then each player draws a card. At the beginning of your end step, you may untap all lands you control. If you do, you can't cast spells until your next turn. That's an interesting effect. Very low interaction then would be beneficial, which is where we're sitting currently. I'll keep it in mind. We have you, have you, have you, have you, have you. Mansion of Truth. We took out the Kraken? No, the Kraken is in there. Just skip over it a bit. Psychosis Crawler. Yeah, it's one of the best cards in the deck. Selvala came out. I'm still mixed on that one. I kind of just want to do her in a different deck. For each non-land revealed this way, add 1 green and you gain 1 life. Then everyone draws a card. Let's see. Sleuth isn't in there. What are you? So that's the one I looked at a second ago. Shimmer Dragon is, thing is, Thought Monitor is, then Titus, then Tireless Tracker is in there, Wave thing is, Whirler Rogue isn't. Whirler Rogue's probably one of the better arguments. Also Sophia. I did take Sophia out. It's just, I don't have any other fucking dogs. Right? So, it's probably not that good. Aside from that, enchantments, Killer Service got taken out. What are you? I could put Killer Service back in. Yeah, I could put Killer Service back in. Fuck it, we'll do that. It gives me token gen. I now need to find them. That's gonna be the problem. Okay, so Shalane comes out. Killer Service goes in. Get me my Tulane. Tulane, there you are. I suddenly feel very tired and EP. I expect you not to scream your ass off in case I pass out listening to your angelic voice yapping about the absolute greatness of that, of this Mystic the Meeting. That sounds about right. Okay, so now I need to find Killer Service. Where would Killer Service be? That's Marina Vendel. What box would it be in? This is why I need to sort my damn cards, man. MOC, so that's all the MOC cards, yeah. Okay, it's not in this box, right? No, that's that deck. Got the cards on the back here. I like how you read it in full monotone, but actually take care, old man, swear, whatever else. Remember to water. All good. Clap, catch you later, and have a good rest. Take care. There we go. Okay, still not what I'm looking for. Why is it so hard to find some of these cards, man? I need, like, again, this is yet another substantial reminder to, I need to have a sorted collection one of these days. I just don't have something to sort it all. Like, a thing to sort it into. I think is my, like, big core issue at the moment. Here we go. I think these are the cards. Wait, isn't Armed with Proof supposed to be in the deck? So it's Merchant of Truth, right? That's taken out. There's Gala Service. Okay. Can I take... Wait. Probably gonna put Scattergrove back in, maybe? Alright, there we go. So those are the cards that need to go into that deck. I'm gonna have to double check this deck now, because I don't know potentially what cards are in here that are supposed to be out, and what cards are out of here that are supposed to be in here. Because Armed with Proof, Merchant of Truth, and Killer Service are supposed to be here. I'm re-adding Scattered Groves in lieu of the mono-white Cycle Land, because as much as it's not a bad card, it's not as good in here. Foily cards are really hard to look at under lighting. Ongoing Investigation, I'm pretty sure I remember in there. Yeah. Also, I need to make sure I put the land is the correct one, not OTC. MKC. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that would be in there. Sword, Psycho, Next Sight, or Metal Sight, Assist, whatever. Disorder in the Court, I'm pretty sure I have still in there. Yep. Probably. Yep. Yes. Pretty sure you were in there. Yeah, you're in there. Detective of the Month, I know you're in there. And that's the lands. You come out. Seaside Citadel. Seaside Citadel. Seaside Citadel. Dun, 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 dun. And then that's all the tokens. Cool. Alright. So those go back in. Doctor goes back on top of this, and now we're down some stuff. But nothing's actually really changed with the deck other than I just wanted Tulane out of there. Because I think Tulane's gonna be one of those decks that I want to build it too much. Like, it sounds too fun to me to build around Tulane. Like, he genuinely just feels like a nice card. In case people don't remember Tulane from the other time I showed off the card. Here he is. This was the rough together deck that I tried to see what I would do if I was to do it. So this is the card I've got literally in front of me right now. Which is Vigilance. Whenever you would cast a creature spell, draw a card. Then you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. It is incredible clean tempo. That is what this deck does. Like, I cannot describe it any better than it's just clean, consistent play, tempo, action. Which is such a sell point for me on this card. Like, it just sounds so nice. I wonder. I can get quite far with this build. Unjokingly. If I was to do some obvious alterations. Like, again, just as a soft little reminder, the One Ring is like most of this deck's cost. And then there's a couple of cards that are also pretty high up there. We can actually sort by price to have a look at this stuff. So this one's like $10, so it's like 15, 20 for me. But like this dude here, he's $40, or 40 US. This guy here is like 30 US. But then we like, this is also 30 US. This is 20 US. This is 15, and then we start getting to $10, and this card is literally in front of me as well, right? We start getting to cards that I not only have, but I have either copies of, or I have stuff towards. So, it's an interesting one. This was me building without, like, consideration for cost. So, if I was to take that seriously... Let's see, I know I've got Llanowar Elves somewhere, but I'm pretty sure I've got an intruder alarm. I'm pretty sure it's in my Marina Vendel deck. Yeah, there's an intruder alarm. Oh, that's a good point. I'm just gonna quickly look something. I do not. Cool. I was correct. My Marina Vendel deck just got a slight upgrade. I say, as if she's ever getting built. She's progressed. That's what it matters. I took a card out and I added a card that actually matters more to it, even though this deck's still miles away from being done. Gotta love the Marina Vendel deck. Really dumb Rooms enchantment deck. But there we go. Chilean has actually got way more of this kit than I would have thought. Because Muldrift is on that list, right? Yeah. I can probably find a Solemn Simulacrum. I have more Vandal Adventurers. Reclamation Sage is easy enough as well. I've got a few copies of that somewhere. Probably could find this in Noxie's Chaff boxes. Have that there. I know there's more Elvic Mystics in the Chaff boxes. I have a Sun Titan or two somewhere. I'm pretty sure there's more of these guys in there. I do own one of these, but I'm pretty sure it's in a deck at the moment, and I don't want to take it out. Yeah, I have this one I could put in here. You will be one of the best ones to find. I'm pretty sure Sneakers has one of these. I don't know if it's in use, though. So I think it's from the Modern Horizons deck. The Lance Matter one. They might have a spare of these. I don't know. I know they got one. I don't think I got many. Don't think they got more Birds of Paradise. But, like, overall, I have most of the cards of this. It's just like a handful of spinny ones. By the way, this one technically I could get like for $5 cheaper if I don't get this version of it. Fuck you, I want to get the fucking Final Fantasy version of it. I always want to try and get the Final Fantasy version of cards. Like how there's a Final Fantasy version of Nature's Claim that I'd like to get as well. But I already own a copy of it, so I do this to tell it, no, I don't have the copy in the deck. Even though I haven't done that with the other ones. Whatever. Chilean deck, you can sit to the side and be an imagination. And maybe one day I will do. And it will be really fucking nutty. Hey, remember how we were doing game dev? Yeah, I remember game dev. Anyway, we are going to be finishing up in the next couple of minutes. because we are getting to midday and I would like to take a break and lie down. Alright. There's a lot of not much getting done today, but that's expected. Alright. With that being the case, yeah, I think we're gonna call it here. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.